She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
I was waiting for this stream. Let's go happy 8 my man.
Do you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
Alright, let's go. Welcome in, everyone. Good to see all you again. Yeah, that's my phone vibrating at a very awkward time. Oh, hey, you guys are already breaking the bank for me. Thank you so much. Time I got back, thank you for the 13 months and the tier 2. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Also, pardon the morning voice. I do nothing but sleep in Wonderlands now. Yeah. Hey, Viking, thank you for the 8 months. I really appreciate it. It's me. I'm wearing the hoodie again. Cause why not? It's Okado, how you doing? New Mexiben, Conman, Hazel, Trinity, Jaybridge, Damp Rice. Main character can't decide so many choices, stab or claw to start, then, I don't know, spore or spell. I'd personally, out of that combination, I'd probably start, Stabo, and then, you know, play it by ear, see what you like from there. Well, let's play for like an hour and a half last night, but it's such a blast. Game good. Game is great. I'm really glad you're enjoying it, New Mexico. AC4. Appropriate word ban. We'll do 10 minutes on the clock for that. David, how are you? Really wish you would have said spell shots OP. Maybe, fuck. One already, C4. Well played. Maybe curious, only level 10, I'm already scared. It's one of those classes, Charlie. It's one of those. Is it a good hoodie? It is. Use your affiliate code since you're hype affecting me the most pulled trigger. Hey, I'm honored by that, Greasy Sam Lasco. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. It really does help me quite a bit. Thank you. This game is worth his Elden Ring, though. I'm excited to get this game after I get an Elden Ring. So the thing with that, Viking, is, like, ultimately they're different kinds of games for the most part, different kinds of players. There's not a lot of people who are firmly in both of those communities. They're different kinds of games. It'd be like comparing this game to, like, Forza. It's apples to oranges. I can't make that decision for you. 10 minutes may as well make a year. I'm tired as fuck. This game's freaking awesome. It really is, Dex. It's great. I love this game. I have so many hours in it already, and let's get more. Let's get more. Let's get it. So last night I did not continue this character at all. I messed around with some endgame stuff. And I have some ideas.
Can't wait to throw some spills.
Forgot about that fucking voice, man. So did we kill Parasite? We did kill Parasite, right? Alright, that's the last thing we did. Okay. We need to do Ballad of Bones now. How big's your install? Got 37 gigs? Yeah, that. Also, if you guys didn't see, Randy tweeted out a code for a skeleton key. I've not used mine yet. I'm gonna save that for once we arrive at endgame. But I just thought I'd remind you guys in case you haven't seen it. Yeah, this way.
This shrine is dedicated to Grindana, the patron god of experience.
I love the shrine names. Grindana. Throtus Punchus. You know, just funny names. Lumber 2, just get in bright over 3+ hours. Let's go.
Can't wait to throw
I think I'll grow to just like his dice. They're fun right now, but character 3 or 4 will be a drag. They might look into that. Who knows? I was not kidding when I was being coy saying Gearbox addresses things fast. A lot of the points of feedback we provided in the review build, they did address several of those by the time you guys got your hands on it. So keep that in mind. Was that a lightning bolt SMG? Lightning bolt. I love the lightning bolt Furiors. Like, they're not as good as the companion ones, particularly the winged ones, but they're so fun. They're just so fun. That spell could be good. What am I using right now? Somewhat longer cooldown. Let's stick with this for now. Not the backpack UI. There are hiccups, like I said. Oh, we didn't spend our point from that level. Let's get a Hydra. Let's get a kill skill Hydra going. And then next level we'll take Faithful Thralls, and then the one after we'll take more kill skill Hydras. It's all coming together. It's all coming together. Looking good. More status damage. Only complaint so far is the camera angle in the overworld. I kind of like it for stylistic reasons, but I get that it can be a little bit jarring. Sure. I check behind every waterfall, chat. It's just good policy. Might pop out if we get too spoiler heavy, but got to the Bus Stallion plot event before I'd bow gracefully for the night. Nice. I know off the top of their head what level you get your second class. It is related to story progression, Prime Poo. It is not tied to a level. It is a specific story mission. Most people tend to get to that mission in the 13 to 17 region. Something like that. On this character, I got there at 13. I believe yesterday I saw some people getting there at 16. Oh, cursed crabs. Cursed crabs are cursed, chat. They're so tanky.
ready to cast.
Like sigils, why do I know way to talk about bubble shields? Because they're not really very commonly used. In fact, the only sigil most people talk about is the one at the center of an unintended interaction that a lot of people are going to use to shortcut the Chaos tier progression. And that's a shame, because you're going to see a bunch of people use that to blast through a Chaos 20, and then it's going to get adjusted, because there's zero shot that stays as is. It's going to get adjusted, and then people are going to feel completely out of their depth. You know, I'm not looking forward to that discourse. But yeah, more on topic. Sigils are cool. Sigils are cool. It's, I feel like they are hamstrung a little bit by they don't quite tell you what they do on the individual item cards. Like, some of them do. The ones that spawn Hydras, for example. Those sigils will tell you that they spawn a bunch of Hydras. But there's others that are a bit less clear.
Now crack some chitin. We need that squawker.
Ooh, customization.
There's a enemy.
Hey, homie Data, how you doing? Hope you're well. Just having fun just creating a safe space to melee the crap out of some folk to do some spin to win? Nice. That does sound like a fun playstyle. Cosmic Owl, how you doing? How does Chaos level work? You unlock them through completing the Chaos Chamber on the highest Chaos level you have. And each Chaos level will increase a number of things. It increases enemy health, enemy damage, loot luck, and every few Chaos levels, a new sub-rarity of items will become potential rolls on your gear drops. In any Chaos level, you have chaotic drops, and then Chaos 20, you get volatile as a sub-rarity. Now, they've expressed interest in adding higher Chaos levels and further sub-rarities later. So this is a system that they can lean into. But essentially, these sub-rarities increase the base stats of the item. They do not function in the same way as Mayhem levels on gear. But in terms of increasing just things, enemy health, etc., you can think of them like OP levels. But I want to reiterate, there is not OP level gear. There's the Chaos sub-rarities. Easily the most fun I've had creating an RPG character. I love the customization. And if the options seem a little underwhelming to you, remember you can always go back and re-customize later once you've earned a few of the cosmetics out in the world. Hey, Mr. Adblock, how you doing? There's not at least some reference to Brick being the prettiest iron, I'm gonna be so disappointed. I will not spoil you on a thing. I will not spoil you. Any of the cool things in this game for you. I'm just absent-mindedly looking for dice as I run around. Hey Don, how are you? Good to see you.
Molly's eye patch. Paradoxically, it helps her see where to go.
Your mere presence spoils us.
All that's left is
Bonk.
her polymagical core.
Hey, Flight. And I wish the tobacco cast so I could just look at what you're using in your trees. Yeah, hopefully something like that surfaces in the future.
As I feared, 'tis Mobley Dick.
Hopefully.
Aforementioned fighter of crews, scourge of salt and sand. Be careful, crew.
You cannot escape my gaze.
Really like the direction they've went in with the art style. Me too. The game looks gorgeous. Great, trying to sell my kidney on the internet to buy diapers in Wonderlands. Understandable. Understandable.
Piss off to the hereafter.
I hope things are going well on your end, Don. With that whole thing. I barrel trolled myself. Also, I forgot this gun's full auto. I'm so used to the semi-auto one I used forever yesterday.
Winter's blade. Hope you're carrying coin. Don't kill for free.
Ha-ha! They must have swallowed the core hole.
Ooh. Without hesitation.
On fire.
Without hesitation. Hang on, 1 second. One second. Okay, thank you so much for all the hard work you've been doing, Sleazy Pants.
She's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Thank you so much. Like, you've been an absolute rock star with the game launch and everything. Thank you for everything you're doing for all these people in the community. I realize that this community can be a nightmare to network with sometimes. So, just thank you.
That be every piece we need.
And Mr. Adblock, thanks for taking care of homie data. I appreciate that. 233 on the channel. You're a legend, man. Thank you. Wife's happy. Just bought a bunch of baby clothes and sheets and more baby stuff. Benji and Anna are growing a lot and healthy. I'm happy. I'm so glad for you, man. I don't have to speak for the rest of us when I say that, like, you're gonna be a great dad. I'm so happy that you guys are getting to experience that. That's awesome.
I never let that get in me way. There she is.
Hey, Boom. Good morning. Hope you're doing well today. I still have sleep voice. I literally woke up, said like 5 words, grabbed coffee, checked on some YouTube stuff that didn't go well because the file's too big, and then said forget it and just went live. That's me today.
Rusty bird monk killers. Are you ready to join me crew again?
Oh, pasta from Etrigan. Okay. This is Quag's Pizzeria. You won't believe the orders we get from this guy. Once a week he orders pizza with vegan crust, vegan sauce, and vegan cheese. Just when you think it couldn't get worse, he gets pineapple as a topping. I didn't become a pizza master chef for this. I just know my true Italian, not vegan mother is rolling in her grave every time I make this pizza. In fairness, one time, only once, I did have a really good vegan pizza. I don't know how they did it, because personal preference. I don't care for vegan cheese. The rest of it works. The rest of it works. Something about vegan cheese. It's like a textural thing for me. I don't know. But I did once have a really good vegan pizza. Should I accept the pre-order weapon? Does it scale when you accept the mail? I have no idea, Trinity. I haven't claimed mine yet, so no idea. Vegan cheese is not the one. No offense to vegan cheese. Yeah, it's definitely not for me either.
Apparently, we're wyvern slayers of legend now. Everyone in town thinks we defeated a wyvern.
Cauliflower, sweet potato, zucchini, all can make good pasta and dough. Yeah. Cauliflower and zucchini as a base are surprisingly good. Like, I kind of wrote them off, to be honest, personally. But sweet potato, yeah, I've been eating sweet potato and everything like my whole life. It's a culinary staple in, like, soul food. Somewhat related, sweet potato pie is next tier. It's not even top tier, it's next tier. We need to make a new tier. My go live idiot alarm going off. It's okay, I already destroyed my sleep schedule. Phone, it's okay. It's okay. Yeah, there's a dice somewhere around here that I vaguely remember how to get, but I'm just gonna save for later. Excuse me, crab. I think it does since I got it at level 1 when I got it. Don't really know if it's worth it since I didn't really use it. I believe I saw someone else get it at 2, so that implies that it might scale. I've not looked at the pre-order items at all. But I do have them just kind of chilling. And I have the skeleton key as well. Always check behind the waterfalls, chat. You see, there's money behind this waterfall. Go this way. Soul food's top tier. How about some donkey teeth, Mr. Adblock? Key and Peel, anyone?
This obelisk will
Ooh,
summon
obelisk.
big ol' chumpy boy. Just fight it.
Oh, evil eye crabs are the worst. They're so rude. Just got Greyborn armor that sucks at controlled demolition. I know what you mean. Side note, seriously, the healing on Greyborn is absolutely insane. You can just cast a spell and you get how much of your health back? Where is it? 15% per second. So 30% health back for hitting a spell button once. It's so strong. That's not a complaint, I love it. It's just really powerful. Armor piece is all called Greyborn armor that sucks. Oh, ha! I didn't know that was a thing. That's awesome. Some of the item names in this game, I feel like we're gonna have the issue of people not knowing which part of the name of their item is their item. And I do find that amusing more than anything, because they do get pretty wordy. And there's the classic redundant names that you might have seen in other procedurally generated loot games, such as Blazing Volley is an SMG. You could get a blazing prefix on a Blazing Volley. Now the SMG is the volley, the element is fire, and then the enchant is fire. So it's like blazing. Hey, morning Mozilla, how you doing? Anything other than the obvious spell shot thing you think need to be addressed at this point? Do you mean across the game as a whole, or just in terms of balancing? Like what do you mean? Do you mean character stuff? Do you just mean game-wide? Not that one. Out-healing the fire dot, that's crazy. Balancing? Clawbringer's power could stand to go up. Whether it's a reduction of the cooldowns in place for several Clawbringer effects, or it's a damage increase, ideally both. Clawbringer could use a little bit of love. Relative to the other classes. Now, this is not a pressing thing, because we're still at an early point where people are not going to reach the stage where they notice the power gap anytime soon. So they have time to address that. I'm not at all worried about that. Shark has so many teeth. It does. This game and teeth. It's a recurring theme. We had the Tooth Fairy yesterday, and that Tooth Sniper Rifle that we kept getting.
A ranking of me favorite pirate
Lord.
words. Coming in at number 5. Yar. Classic. Then, matey, which has some lovely entendre to it. And landlubber at number 3. Yo ho ho counts as 1, and it's number 2. Finally, we all knew it was coming. Avast gets number 1. Thanks for picking up me scroll. Give a thumbs up in the air and keep trolling the seabed if you're looking for more content.
I love that so much. I never listened to that one before. That's amazing. Yeah, Kevin, it is great. I missed that one before. That was incredible. Bones just casually being a content creator in the background in an audio blog, like...
I believe there's a Kevin near you.
Yar at 5 is way too low. I'd post in his comments section. Respectfully, though. Notice green rarity melee weapons have negative stats. It's just a low-level thing or intentional. There's some low-level balancing factors. There's some manufacturer-specific balancing factors. Yeah. All is well. Furior times. Furior is amazing in this game, Stump. Seriously, some of the strongest interactions in this game that are not bug-based are Furior stuff. So, Furior represent. Another playthrough. This is still my first stream playthrough. We started a playthrough yesterday, and I paused it while I did some endgame stuff off stream on my other character. And now we're back to this character. We're going to go all the way to endgame. Or at least through the story on this character. I've been loving Wonderland so far. It's so good, right, Mooface? I love that I can talk to you guys about it now. This game's been rattling around in my brain for so long, just consuming all of my time and energy and creative thought. And I'm so glad that you guys are all experiencing the same thing now. It's amazing. Berserk has been a ton of fun. I love Berserker so much. The skill tree is probably my favorite. I'm not saying it's the most powerful. I'm not saying it's like, just the best or anything. It's just been my favorite. Berserker skill tree. I just love the vibe of it. How long you have it for release? A couple weeks. Is this your second character? It's more like my fourth character. But yeah. This is my second one that I'm putting a lot of thought into, rather than just blasting through something specific for investigation purposes.
Okay, So how do we get this guy to fight?
Easy. Pirate Rule 27B. Spilled broth must be avenged. Break his mug.
Played a bit last night on release at midnight. It's so good so far. I'm so excited to play when I get back from the gym. Sounds great, Onyx. Sounds like a good time. Which is your favorite? I really like Berserker into Spore Warden so far. I want to try out some Spore Warden into Graveborn stuff. That's on my to-do list. And then I also want to do this Graveborn Berserker stuff. I want to do some Sabomancer status effect stuff, which I'm still deciding which character to pair that with. It's looking like it's likely gonna be optimally Graveborn, but I might just do something other than Graveborn with Sabomancer, because I feel like Graveborn and Spellshot are gonna be just the most saturated classes in the player base. Oh, fuck, that insult. I wasn't expecting it to be that mean. Also, see Gearbox continue to involve content creators. Yeah, it's been great. It's been great. Emotional damage. Definitely new element. The melee spells and effects feel immediate fuck. It's great. Yeah.
Now rejoin me, crew, and help us take down Chartreuse LeChance.
Chartreuse? That's a lovely color.
And I'm just where they'll be. Holly, chart a course for Plunderport. Plunderport!
Hey Jester, good morning. Good to see you. Love to see I'm on the same page as you with the stabby status effect plans. Yeah, I just really liked, and this is a great example of how you can defy expectations and use something perceived as weak in a powerful way. In Borderlands 3's lifecycle, Stone Swan made a very viable status effect Amara build, and this wasn't like an Unleash the Dragon thing, this was Amara status effect stuff. And I loved it so much that it just kind of changed my approach to just the mechanics as a whole. So this is a cool thing, rune switches. Although I don't feel like doing that at the moment. Is that a dice? I want that. Yeah, it completely changed how I looked at those types of mechanics in Borderlands games. So I'm going into Wonderlands with that new mentality, and I really want to make status effect stuff work. And Sabomancer has a lot of the tools Amara had to make status effects so desirable, but like enhanced versions. So I'm optimistic. I did, a bit before launch, mess around with a Spellshot Graveborn setup where I was dual-wielding one of my favorite spells for damage, and leaning into status effects a bit as well, and it was surprisingly potent. I didn't take it all the way to Chaos 20, but I was chilling at like Chaos 15, and the playstyle was very entertaining. Yo, Stump, thank you for giving us sub to the community. I really appreciate it. Total 14. And it went to flight. That's awesome. Thank you so much, Stump. Brr-Reaver has a very wannabe Thor look to it. What do you mean? What do you mean, wannabe Thor? Brr-Reaver is Graveborn and Berserker. Clawbringer is the Thor wannabe. I'm not a Clawbringer, silly. Vero Chucks look so badass. Don't they, Castrum? There's another version of the lightning bolt chuck that's chain lightning. Hey, there's the alert. There's chain lightning. It'll do half damage to enemies it chains to. It's so cool. All the Ferrier chucks look amazing. Just throwing lightning hammers? Ah, that aspect. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's launch the game for the first time. So much hype. Let's go, Stomp. Exactly what I've been doing to my other status build so strong. I don't know if I read that already. I'm too excited. I'm too excited. Yeah, Kingman. Real good, real good. So upset I don't have money to buy this right now. It'll be around. It'll be around. And I hope that circumstances allow you to make that purchase responsibly sooner rather than later. Crimson Armada. Morning, Urban Mech. They changed the names of the gun manufacturers? They did. Instead of Tedior, you have Ferior. Instead of Dahl, you have Dahlia. Instead of Jacobs, you have Black Powder. Instead of Vladoff, you have Stoker. Instead of COV, you have Skulldugger. And the other manufacturers that I did not list did not return. So there's no Malawan, there's no Atlas, there's no equivalents to those. Torg is still Torg, though. Torg didn't change. Can't forget Torg. Torg is here, just still named Torg. Hey, Killer16. How you doing? Welcome. A lot of low-level guns feel really shit. It's nice. This is a more difficult game. I'd phrase it that way, Moveface. This is just genuinely a more difficult game than any of the Borderlands games. Your choice in items and skills matters. Your choice in elements to the situation matters. Then you've got the in-game menu difficulty system. I play on Intense, where you get much harsher elemental penalties, enemies do more damage, and you also get a global damage penalty on top of the elemental penalties. So for example, I'm using Shock on Flesh right now and getting a massive penalty to my damage, forcing me to have longer encounters, plan a little bit better, and be a little more discerning about what I use. And you guys know I'm all about that. It heavily penalizes not matching elements. So ideally, I should be using this fire gun for these red health bars, and you see it does a lot more damage. And then cryo for bone. Do I have a cryo one equipped, or a frost one rather? I don't have one equipped. I need another weapon slot for them. Is Intense worth it? It's just personal enjoyment, Tenor Madness. It's not really intended to be this rewarding thing. It's an elected difficulty option for people. Ooh, legendary. Saw Blades, let's go. That's this character's first legendary. So this spell makes some bouncing saw blades. Gotta head out, take care. Take it easy, Onyx. Beautiful looking environment, absolutely, Mozilla. The environments look great, the visual effects, like, they knocked it out of the park with this game. So much love went into it. Like the UI, it's refreshing. Interestingly, with the UI, I've seen only polar opposite takes. People who love it, people who hate it. I think I like it. There's just some things that could be a little smoother in some areas. Other than that, I'm a big fan.
Pirate Rule 81D. If a balloon be popped, the popper must be dropped.
Aw, look at you reading.
Who cares about some stupid toy balloons?
Item names are so fun, they are. Look at this legendary, chat. Saw Blades of the Reaper. I don't mind the UIs. We used to be able to read and miss a few things about navigating that weren't present here. Yeah. I understand. I do. I'm loving the no crit spot. What do you mean no crit spot? Because the crit spots are still a thing. It's just a gun feature now. Guns have the chance to crit anywhere that everything else does, except they can also hit crit spots, whereas everything else has to hit the crit spots. Or everything else has to luck into it, rather. So there's still crit spots. Isn't crit random? The crit system is expanded. You can hit random crits, or you can shoot crit spots with your guns. All damage, unless otherwise stated, can luck into a crit. Saw blades going ham. It reminds me of the Scarlet DLC. I think it's just this area, John Boy. This area is very reminiscent of the kind of thing you'd expect to see in Scarlet DLC.
Before someone gets really hurt, we'll join back up with Three Woods' crew. I have me crew back now for our ship.
That reminds me of Tina DLC. I mean, it's a direct sequel.
Ever ride the buttery sea. Polly, find us the wreck of the Marley Maiden.
Find the maiden! Find the maiden!
More faithful thralls. Let's get more status damage. Beautiful.
We've gotten to know each other pretty well in the last few minutes, so here be the tale of woe.
2 pirate sections, 2 games, both have no water sections.
Hell yes. Pirate backstory.
Great, I'm just gonna tune out for a minute.
I was the fiercest pirate captain on the buttery seas. I had a fine ship, a loyal crew, and true love. But I lost it all.
That's it. You didn't even explain the curse.
If I lose it all, slip and fall. Real ones get it.
She's got nothing. She always forgets to drop character voice when she's scrambling for a decent motivation.
Swish splash. So this enemy type is a great example of just more punishing enemy design in general. It's not like, hey, screw you player, like bullet reflection. It's like, hey, you kill this enemy, then this moving cloud will come from where they died. And it's something to keep an eye on. Which I think, if you're going to do an enemy that's like hazardous in that way, I think that's one of the better ways to approach it. Curious to hear what you guys think about that.
That's more like it.
That reminds me, I didn't die to the first badass skeleton. Oh, another thing. Money. Money, money, money. Remember to sell things to vendors, chat. Money is so important in this game. There's lots of stuff you can do with money. Or rather, the things you can do with money are very important. Let me put it that way instead. There's some very powerful item archetypes that could pop up in vending machines. In terms of SDUs, the number of SDUs you can get in this game, way higher than what you can get in Borderlands 3. Particularly the backpack. You get so much more backpack space. Have you yet to encounter an enemy that I thought was unfair or poorly done? Yeah, almost all of them, in my opinion, are just like, hey, if this enemy feels punishing, do the mechanic better. Simple as that. There was a boss I was fighting last night in the Chaos Chamber, where I was just failing one of the mechanics. I just kept getting hit by an attack that was dodgeable. And I was getting frustrated, but then I realized, wait, hang on. This is good. This is good design. And then I was like, yeah, okay, this is fine. And I got the boss down on my second try. You get a lot of backpack space. Like, I already have 48, chat. I'm level 18, almost no SDUs purchased. I already have 48 backpack space. It goes up high. BL3 capped at 50 for backpack space. Yeah, I got stuck in the cloud. Once Chaos Chamber open up? After the story. Complete the story, and the game will tell you exactly how to unlock Chaos Chamber.
Our way is blocked. Polly, time to unleash your breaking beacon beak.
Blow the wall down!
Yeah, you can operate the cannons in this map to open up some areas, some things, some stuff and things. It's pretty neat. Starting backpack at 36 is already a godsend. Yeah, it's so player friendly and I love it. So glad they did that. Ooh, that's loot down there. Excuse me, I'm looting. The Skulldugger animation. Remember how in with COV you'd use a fire extinguisher to cool down your gun? Use a wand to do it in this game. It's great. Take that to sell.
That's a good.
I don't think I did this one. Do I remember?
You are kind.
I don't think I did this one.
It is more than I deserve. But my truest love, Yara, she pays a price which should be mine. If you would aid me, I would bid you to follow.
Hey McG, enjoy stuff and things? Go on. See the SpongeBob Easter egg? I did not. I might have, I don't remember. What's the story about? Wait, is the story short? Sorry, misread that. The story is shorter than Borderlands 3, but it's about on par with a knowledgeable playthrough of Borderlands 2. You can get those done pretty quickly. It's a good length. I feel they had a good story length in this game. And I enjoyed the story of this game way more than I thought I would.
My bad. Okay, there's lots of gravy stones. Like a lot.
BL3 needed to be shorter. There was some padding in BL3's story.
Like, is a lot.
Wait a minute. Gravestones? This used to be the bottom of the ocean. How does that make any sense?
It's called scene setting, Valentini.
Based on your arsenal, I assume you will not blanch at your task. You must slay the coiled Tizocs and retrieve the 5 pieces of Yara's voice shattered by the dark magic.
Okay.
They twist her angelic voice into a dark resonance which summons the fell serpent. Curse them. They befoul Yara's memory, and in doing so, they bind her soul to this mortal...
Ishmid work. My goodness, this game's fun. I'll play hooky at work today, just a game all day. Understandable. I couldn't help but go live early, just to play more. I get some stuttering at first getting into a map, and then it goes fine. Maybe a lack of RAM on my side. Occasionally Dex, but usually only after I've had the game open for a long time. And I believe that is RAM on my end. Like, I restart the game pretty much every 4 hours or so. Just because old PC. Took a vacation from work just to play more. More power to you, Trinity.
It was a sudden storm of scale and claw, a cabal of wicked coiled. In a flash, they snatched my beloved from the deck, dragging her below.
Hey Goats, how you doing? How's my twin? Jumping into Dire Sacrifice is some addictive shit, I gotta say. It's so satisfying. I can't handle it. Are all manufacturers in the game Malwan, Atlas, Hyperion? No. I mentioned earlier, that Malwan and Atlas are absent. Hyperion is here. It's called Hyperius in this game. Hyperius, like the raid boss in BL2. Hyperius. But Malwan and Atlas are absent this time around. We have new manufacturers for armor slot. We have new manufacturers for melee weapons. We have new manufacturers for spells. And the shield manufacturers are returning ones, but renamed. So instead of Pangolin, you have Pangoblin. Hyperion is Hyperius. Etc., etc. Instead of Anshin, you have Ashen. Gaming. Hey, Doc, how you doing? Bonk. Yeah, I love that. I laughed for several minutes when I first saw that. Bonk, bonk. Good job, Saw Bleeds. There's no Malwan equivalent in this game. That was my favorite manufacturer. So the thing they did with the manufacturers that didn't return is their functionalities are pretty much redundant. Like, they're rolled into other manufacturers. For example, in this game, most things are elemental. Like, you're unlikely to find something that's non-elemental. And Malwan's initial gimmick, before they had things like the element swap fire mode thing implemented in Borderlands 3. Their gimmick was pretty much just, hey, we're elemental a lot. So, since everything is elemental in this game, not everything literally, but most things, there's no real need to have a manufacturer focusing around that. And the Atlas gimmick of homing bullets, that's been folded into Stoker has an alt fire that works like Atlas tracker darts do from Borderlands 3 on some weapons, and then you have Skulldugger weapons. You see, these have some homing. So the functionality has been distributed through the other manufacturers. It means that manufacturers have more identity, rather than ending up in a situation like, for example, Vladoff in Borderlands 3 had basically no identity because they didn't do anything better than other manufacturers other than occasionally have bad underbarrel attachments. Whereas in that game, the likes of Maliwan, Jacobs, Hyperion had really strong identities. Vladoff didn't, so I think a squish in terms of weapon manufacturers was in their best interest for this game. Demon Lord gun, you get with the Chaotic Edition's a bit OP. I think you're a bit early to understand what OP is, Moveface, personally. I wouldn't label anything as OP in the first couple hours of the game. Trying to get up from bed before Miss Quackers comes from work so I can pretend I've done something today. Just play Wonderlands instead. She'll understand, right? Hit OP at level 5. It's level 5. It's level 5. Everything's good at level 5. I had a level 6 Calamity spell that lasted me until the 20s because it had really good parts. I still wouldn't call it OP because, you know, take the same thing later in the game and it's like, fine. Not to play Wonderlands on, sadly. F. One day, Doc, one day. Like the Bunker's badass. Tabletop RPG name for Maliwan, though. It's Malefactor. Yeah. They did have that manufacturer present there. I'd be curious to hear what the exact reasoning for not including the manufacturer is, if there's any reasons beyond what I've stated.
It comes.
Who calls me hence? You are not
No,
one of my servants.
Bonk. Bonking all the things. That was intense. Stabbomancer Spore Warden armor. Spell crit chance, max health, melee damage. Max health would be good for me, but I'm neither of those classes, so I don't get the class power benefit. Unfortunate. I'll pick it up to sell, though. That was a very beautiful hum, I must say.
Her voice. It is a sweet kind of agony to hear it again.
How does class power work? So each class power stat will boost a different thing for the relevant class. You see, Graveborn power increases Demilich health, damage, Dire Sacrifice damage, Reaper of Bones bonus element, Dark Hydra skills damage, and Blast Gasps damage. That's what Graveborn power does. Berserker power is Enraged's Frost bonus element, Dreadwind damage, Feral Surge damage, don't mind my stomach growling, and Blast Chill damage. So, each class has a class power stat, and it's different stuff. So for some multi-class combinations, one class power stat might be more valuable than the other. And the bigger one on your armor will be the one that rolls first. See how my Graveborn power on this one is 10.1%, and my Berserker power is 5.1%? So which one you get first influences that.
To have her soul bound in darkness, her voice riven from the weave of her spirit. But we will make it right. Mortis, can you hear it?
No.
This is a little Monka.
Her song, the last song she ever sang for me. It's even more beautiful than I remember.
I feel like this guy got straight up murdered.
My dearest Yara, to my great and eternal shame, I could not save you in life, but even in death, I have not abandoned you. I only pray that my actions this day will finally grant you the peace which you have been wrongfully denied for so very long. Please, make her whole again.
Make her whole? Is this Dead Space? I don't want any of that make us whole shit, Orin.
Orin, it is time to let go.
Yara, but I've only just gotten you back.
We can be together again, but you must let go.
As you wish, my love.
Is it just me, or is the pool passes a lot better? There's far fewer useless ones. There's some that I'm still not exactly jazzed to get. That was a pretty morose quest, I gotta say. Tina, are you okay? Last Rites. Let's see what this does. Yeah, they're like, I'm not gonna be really jazzed to get shotgun mag size or assault rifle reload speed, you know, I'm just like meh. But there's no, you know, incendiary resistance. That's something. Ooh, does this have high cryo efficiency? Or frost efficiency? Interesting. Doesn't show efficiency on the card anymore. Which is understandable, because it's a very confusing stat. Probably for the better to not show that. Seems good damage. Was it Ricochet? Any legendary weapons or gear? I currently have this Saw Blade spell. We just got this a little while ago on stream today. Does that? What passives are easier to get on gear? Crit damage or status effect damage? I wouldn't say either, like, easier stump. They're probably weighted equally. I will say some stats can double up. For example, the all damage dealt stat, you can double roll that. You can double roll status effect chance. You can double roll magazine size. Those are ones that I've seen personally. You could probably double roll some others as well. The sick piano.
Marley Maiden, the only woman I ever loved. Look, Polly, the whole gang be back together, plank and all. Bloods, 3 lion face around here. My Charlie,
Oh, they have history.
call me that anymore. No matter. While you've been away, I've built a new crew. Loyal. Not that you're some
Meaty sounds I like it. I'll show you a meaty sound.
The Marley Maiden still mine, Charlie. Crew, prepare to board.
I don't know, Bones. It sounds like LeChance has some legitimate grievances with you, buddy.
The vents and board the Maiden.
Sounds like you gotta just talk it out with your ex, brother. What NPCs from other games are in this game? I can't tell you all that because that'd be a spoiler. What I can do is encourage treating this game as its own thing. This game has a totally separate identity. And remember, it is not a Borderlands game, not officially. It's its own IP, so it's not subject to bringing back the same characters and stuff endlessly. It doesn't have to do any of the things other games have done, even though it does, many of them. It's its own beast, and that's a good thing. The resource to use to find all the lucky dice, I'm sure that will be covered by content creators. I'm sure some guides will be out. I know Lazy's been working on a guide, Jolt has been working on a guide. And like they both been working hard on it. I've been like in a call with each of them while they're doing it. It's a very in-depth process, so give them some time.
They were stripping me, lady, for parts. We can't get her sailing in this condition. Grab the captain's wheel.
Got a run time to actually play Wonderlands for the first time. Enjoy, Urban Mech. Have a good one. Really just finished character creation. How long was my character creation yesterday, chat? It was like an hour and a half, right? Like an hour and a half of a 7-hour stream? 7.5-hour stream? It was just character creation. Auto mantle.
Good plundering, crew. Throw her up on the mast and see her dance in the wind.
Where the second mate? Second mate!
Marley's fearsome sword snout. Place it front and center on the bow.
Over an hour? Sounds like me.
She be looking as fine as a lady can look. Over here, we'll raise the Marley Maiden back to fighting shape. A ship's got a soul as much as any man, and I've been practicing my decromancy.
Decromancy, love it.
Crew, a tune if you will.
Ooh, dice.
Oh, that's one lucky die.
Lucky die. Tenses. Language. That's enchanted. What do you got? Yeah, no thank you. Name my sport warden Mildrew fucking beautiful.
Slickest clipper boats can find. Oh, way ho, all hands on deck. The Marley Maiden cutting through our brine. Batten down the hatch and rubbing down rubber.
This man's spitting.
She flies. Now with crew and ship we can finally get back what was lost. Time to confront the chance. Follow Polly. She'll lead ye to his ship, the Tempest. Score. Set sail.
Back there, Chartreuse called you Bloodstreamwood. Got anything to tell us?
Ye deserve the whole truth. And there's only one way to properly deliver pirate backstory. A tunnel full of music and elaborately staged vignettes. Places, everyone!
I like it.
Give it all.
That put to sea, and the name of the man is known to me. Cursed to home.
Gotta go to work. Hopefully it goes by fast. Have a great stream. Thanks, Mozilla. You have a good day at work.
Together we stormed o'er many a shore, and out to the other we both swore. Why, Charlie was my true amour. Blow me, bony boys, blow.
He drew the skeleton man, his song of woe heard cross the sands. One day when our penance is done, we'll take our chance and go.
This is adorable. This game's so charming.
But in my fears of losing him, dealt with the devil and paid in sin. We gained our years but lost our skin. Blow me, bony boys, blow.
Oh yeah, I got him with the old live forever grift. Works all the time. No shortage of wayward souls clinging to the scraps of fading memories. Jeez, listen to me. I sound like her.
Where will fate lead me?
He and his men sunk the Marley Maiden, scattered me crew, and consigned me to oblivion. There's the truth. 'Twas my fault we were cursed, so it falls on me, bony shoulders, to make things right. He drew the skeleton man.
Is this game leaning more towards Diablo 3 or Destiny 2? Neither. It's not really like those games. It's more like Borderlands, but not Borderlands. It's its own beast.
We're off to set things right.
That's a really high damage sapsucker. Huh. Any extra input, Kevin? Okay. Anything else? No? You're just gonna sit there and meow at me occasionally? That's all you got? Okay. But is it better than BL2? Yes. Large numbers of things are better than BL2. This thing is high damage. Ability damage? Pick it up. Like BL3 or the pre-sequel? Yeah, I enjoy both of those games a fair bit. BL3 is my favorite of the series. However, Wonderlands might dethrone that. Time will tell. Time will tell. The combat in Wonderlands is just so diverse, I think it'll eventually become my favorite over BL3. Yeah, I feel like that's very likely for me as well. Just we'll have to see, you know, how things are tuned and refined over time. Because that's a big strength of BL3. It evolved a lot.
The task seems insurmountable, but
Redeem to shift gun thing at level 1. Oops, now I won't be able to use it later. I'm not ready for greatness. We'll have to see if there's a way to reacquire that. Maybe they introduce it to the vendor pool if you've claimed it. I don't know. That'll have to be investigated. Worst case, it gives you a reason to level another character and redeem it there. You can just transfer it. Played BO2 for a decade, rendering any other game less comfortable and less good. It's always entertaining to me to point out that a lot of the people blindly defending, or not blindly defending, blindly extolling the virtue of one game above all others, were not old enough to remember what the community was like when that game was new. Like, maybe you just have a strong nostalgic connection to something and do not like change and have aged to not like the same things. However, nostalgia overrides that, so nothing else pleases you the same because you are unpleasable. Let's just close you off to the wonders of new games. Yeah, new things are good. Being open to new things is key. Now, I'm not saying new things are inherently better, but I'm saying experiences like this, they would not exist if people did not try new things. Like, Wonderlands is different, and it does a lot right. And if we just kept trying to do the same things over and over again, then games like this wouldn't ever exist. And that'd be a tragedy. Because this game is an achievement in many ways. Where do I go from here? More of the old ways? You got a bonus dark magic on spells? No, let's do that. "75% of the BL2 best crowd never even got to endgame in that game themselves and just preach it because big content creators said BL2 good years ago." It's not that it's not good, it's just that there's this very annoying movement of people who are not representative of a fan base, but claim to be, that say that's the only good thing, nothing else is, and they never shut up about how bad everything else is. And it's like, no, actually that's the same. It's a bad faith argument. You can pick apart every single one of their points, but it's not worth your time. Somewhat popular YouTuber, not a Borderlands community guy whose negative review of Wonderlands came down to it's not BL2 and that's what I like. And at the end of the day, not being BL2 is an achievement, because BL2 is a game that was already made, and that was 10 years ago. The franchise has grown, evolved. Wonderlands is also its own IP, so it's not even in that franchise. So ultimately, I'd have considered it a failure if it was a game that came out 10 years ago that was behind for its times. You use all 4 action skills at one time or only 2 at a time? You get 1 action skill at a time, John Boy. You choose between 4, but you use 1.
Oh, don't look so surprised.
It's hard to tell what's happening in here. And I saw her face. Now I'm a Brr-Reaver. Nice, Yakumer. Nice. Everyone in this room has a bone to pick. Boo. Oh, also, it's bad because it's T for teen. Forgot that part. Yeah, some people have that argument. And, like, what does it change? What is it being T-rated change? Because if you look, all the humor type, it's all the same. The gameplay does not suffer from not having fountains of gore everywhere. If you think people need to say fuck every couple hours for the game to be good, then that's a you issue. I'm not saying you, I'm saying the general you. Finally was able to play when I got home from work yesterday. It was nice. Hey, I'm glad Giraffe can chat. Giraffe can cat, rather. Wonder how Jolts feels about this game. Jolts likes this game.
You're the fate maker, and fate brings us together.
You'll find the key to the nerve gate in my hidden booty room. You're welcome to plunder it. I found all the treasure I need.
Take care of Polly, crew! Avast!
Like, the community of creators, we worked very closely together leading up to the release of this game. And we're pretty much, the usual suspects, we're pretty much on the same page. Like, the big names, we're all vibing together, just enjoying the game. So, like, yeah. Lachance's last leg. Last leg, melee attacks increase movement speed by 15% and reload speed by 10% for 10 seconds. Stacks up to 3 times. So 3 bonks gives you 45% movement speed and 30% reload speed. That's pretty big. Yeah, let's use it. Ability, critical hit chance, fire rate, melee damage. What skills does this have? Versus what I have now? That's not better.
The gate is open. You have made it through the uppermost level of the seafloor, but now the darkest abyss lies ahead of you.
I have no reason to believe that, J-Bridge, and let's not be toxic, okay? Made a tweet giving ratings for different aspects of the game, and the community did this weird thing where they ignored the fact that he was handing out 9 out of 10s and 10 out of 10s to different areas of the game, and then they really latched onto the thing at the bottom where there were a couple of things that need to be improved that objectively do need to be improved upon. Like, people really weird latching onto the negative. And this is a thing that happened. English only, please. This is a thing that happened with a lot of content creator reviews, where they're like, hey, I love the game, I love the game, I love the game. This one thing could use some effort, but I love the game. And then people just go for that one little thing, instead of all of the I love the game stuff. What is this? This is twitch.tv/tbj_quag. What is this, businessman?
You look fuzzy. Margravine Cellar, the meanest.
The game? This is Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. This is the latest game from Gearbox Studios. Anybody else losing shift connection constantly? I've not been. That might be on your end. Oh, Jester's having issues? Well, I've not had that issue yet. So,
Guess I better find this.
Just me or Dolly weapons drop rate very high early game.
Objective, that's me.
I didn't really notice that, no.
That's better.
Disconnect also? Huh, maybe there's, regional issues right now. I've not had that experience, but let me know if it continues. I can pass some feedback along. See what's going on. This doesn't look like the trailer. Maybe I'm not that updated on it. When do games ever look like their trailers? Hey, son. Wonderlands indeed. The Mentalist. Spore Warden with the Barrage ability. I have to choose second class. Got any recommendations? I really enjoyed Berserker, personally, with my Spore Warden. Spore Warden Berserker is a good time. You could do Spore Warden Graveborn, will be extremely powerful. Do Spore Warden Spell Shot if you want to just have good access to, like, all kinds of things. I'd pretty much just say not Clawbringer, Mentalist. Morning, Alshin. How are you? You know, so different now it's normal. That's the overworld. That is a feature that was in the trailers. Businessman. The overworld is what you get in this game. It's pretty much replaced vehicles, which is a good thing, because vehicle sections in Borderlands games were trash. Now, instead we got the overworld, which just has a bunch of cool gameplay features, and it's super cute. I also like it because it's cute, full disclosure. 100% better than vehicle stuff? Yeah, absolutely. Picked up my physical PS5 version of Wonderlands from the only store in Stockholm that had a physical copy, so I'm stoked. Let's go. It sounds like the odds were against you, but I'm glad you were able to grab it. All my buddies are trophy hunters, so they get very sidetracked in the overworld. Hey, that's to their advantage. Completing tasks in the overworld, a lot of the collectibles and stuff from there give you game-wide benefits. Like, there's loot dice in the overworld, so collecting those helps you out. Getting the shrines gives your character permanent buffs, including loot luck, money earned, crit chance, movement speed. Like Quack because he's cute, what a coincidence. Hey Loki Legend, how are you? Do loot dice in Overworld only give gold? Yeah, but the real reason you're picking up loot dice in the first place is for the permanent bonus to loot luck that they give you. And loot luck is not like luck in previous games. Loot luck affects all of your drops, dedicated drops included. So whether you're getting random world drops, whether you're doing Chaos Chamber for loot, whether you are target farming a dedicated drop from a boss and save quitting it, you want loot luck for all of these things. So getting loot dice is very important. That's the real appeal. The fact that they give you a small pile of loot one time when you pick them up, that's just like gravy. Loot dice in the first map? Yes. So how you doing, TS Mac? Welcome in. Bought the physical version too, but for PS4, still waiting for it. Damn delivery services. Oh, I'm sorry, Reckless Monster. That was a barrel. Run around my cursed looking gravy, loving the game. Hey, I'm glad to hear it. Where do you respec? In Brighthoof, in the inn. There's a customization machine.
You got yourself a shrine piece, Billy.
Do not forsake me, gods!
Good, thanks. Tried Wonderlands last night for a few hours and I'm loving it. Glad to hear. This game's amazing. I'm gonna be sinking so many hours into it. I threw 6,000 plus hours at Borderlands 3. And I might do the same with this game. I weep for my free time. Wish you only had to collect them on one character because I'm not interested in recollecting them. I think that's a bit of feedback that might resonate with them. I'd say raise that point, and it's entirely possible that maybe in the future they might be willing to do things like make loot dice account-wide. That'd be very nice. Such a fan of character creation, about to spend stupid time in the first character creator screen. Yeah, I spent over an hour on stream yesterday. Just character creation. Hey, time I got back. Thank you so much for the 1,000 bits. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. That's super kind of you. With that move speed from bonking enemies, very spicy.
Flag hype, flag hype.
The double text to speech is too amusing for me to fix. Oh no, I same framed. Unfortunate. Got a double amp shit last night, not sure if we'll see the Fable triple. Maybe. I've seen some triple roll stuff. Blue dice aren't account wide? No, they are character specific, so every character you're going to want to do that again. Pick that up just in case that becomes an upgrade.
The writings must be in here. Cleanse this holy place.
Land sharks do so much damage. Definitely get those out of the way. I think I'm gonna start with Stab Spore, aka Mist Dancer, for the flag cosplay. Yeah, Spore Warden definitely feels like a gun flak skill tree with a dash of Amara. It's pretty interesting. It's got a couple things in there that feel very Amara, but for the most part, it feels like gun flak. Actually, Stavos Spore might be like the closest thing to a Flak Amara hybrid.
There! The writings must be in that chest!
Dash of Amara and a line of Maya, oof. That's a good enchant. It's a slow melee weapon, though. It's a good enchant, though. 20 seconds of 4% more damage, and it's got the damage reduction on melee damage stealth. Or melee swing, rather. I'll pick it up. Definitely pick it up. Whether or not I use it, unsure. But that's worth picking up. One thing I was very good at avoiding is legendaries. I've only seen one, and that's that. Nice. Yeah. I'd avoid spell spoilers if you can, because there's some really cool ones that I very much enjoyed using for the first time. And I was like, what does this do?
The scroll of eternal faith! It's real! I must read it this very moment. Life is
I have two
about
favorite
waiting
spells.
for the storm to pass. It's about learning to dance in the rain? It's so profound! I feel the warmth of the gods in my heart. Thank you, hero!
I must hang this in my guest bathrooms.
Guest bathroom quotes. Oh no. I guess we keep going down Berserker Tree. Get more points in the old ways. Once we get to unarmored defense, our dire sacrifice probably hits like real hard, huh? So there's a glitch spell for spell shot. It's not a... That's an oversimplification, Skylanders, but there is a spell that when used in a certain way on spell shot has an unintended interaction that people are going to abuse, and then people are going to cry about it when it gets nerfed. So that's why I'm not playing spell shot right now. If you guys are curious as to why I'm so adamant about avoiding spell shot. There's a discourse around it that I don't like.
Oh, a poet's not unlike a hero.
Wonder if those hoodies would be sold at some point, because goddamn it looks comfy. Oh, it's so nice. It's so nice. It's also worth noting that that spell, that has that glitch associated with it, is overpowered on its own. Like, it's just, it's a dumb spell. It's, I hope they tune it down sooner rather than later, let's put it that way. Oh, why am I not allowed to use a weird interaction to kill everything? It's the equivalent of just saying, hey, you know how we have this endgame progression thing in place, where you have to earn your chaos levels and it's designed to take some time? Yeah, no, you could do this instead. There's gonna be people who are gonna use that interaction to bum rush to Chaos 20, and then it's gonna get fixed, and then they're not gonna have the damage for Chaos 20, and then they're gonna be like, game hard, and then everything's gonna get nerfed, and then we're gonna lose the only difficult game of this style we've ever had. I do not want that to happen. So, doing my part towards that, I will not be spreading the gospel of spell shot by making spell shot content for a bit. The red tech spell? Yes. Trying to figure out which true and synergize with Spore Wood and gun build? Yes. Any of them. Like I said, I like Berserker. Spore Wood and Berserker is very enjoyable. How's Dire Sacrifice so far? It's badass, Boom. I love it. Once we get our HP up to, like, really beefy totals, I want to see how hard it hits. You can choose not to use it. I hope you're shitposting right now, Sora, because this argument that people always bring up in these games of, oh, well, just don't use it, that is not how game balance works. If there is something present that completely warps the landscape of what people want to use, that affects the longevity of the game. Things that affect longevity of the game affect the community, they affect more than the people who are the ones using the item. Responded to Austin? Okay. Still, I stand by that. Don't like, don't use has never had validity when it comes to balance in longevity of games. It's not a thing. For example, the Face Puncher is responsible for true melee being garbage in Borderlands 3, along with the Stinger and the Fish Slap sharing responsibility for that, and the Blade Fury, because there are better melee options in every situation, so any buffs to melee buff those things more. That's why punching things in the face was so bad in that game. whether or not you use those items, you were still affected by it if you ever wanted to do melee. Ooh, that's an arc torrent. Oh no. Alright, so this is one of the strongest non-unique spells in the game. It's very spammable. Like, it has multiple charges, it has a good cooldown. When you get good parts, it does good damage. It's very good. Hoping I do a full melee build on Wonderlands. It'll require investment, but I'm confident it can be done. It's not channeling? Yeah. You ideally don't want channeling. But, for my purposes right now, this one is still really good at triggering Sanguine Sacrament for me, which is a lot of healing. Message from the cat. Beautiful message, cat. So happy to find a spell with Singularity last night. Yeah, OGK. The Singularity ones can be very enjoyable. Got my first Lego after like 3 or so hours, and it was a class item for 2 classes I don't plan to use yet. You can store it. You got lots of bank space, lots of backpack space. Speaking of melee, I'm surprised how much I'm loving the melee fluidity and weaving it with gunplay. Yeah, it's so smooth. Big fan. Go. Graveborn and what? Berserker. The combination of Graveborn and Berserker is called Brr-Reaver by the game. I'm a big fan of. It's a badass name. Going Graveborn Stabbo? Nice. How good is an imbued weapon on Spell Shot? It's very good. Spell Shot in general is just... The answer to your question is usually yes. For Spell Shot, if something's good. Spell Shot is, crazy. Combat's very fluid, yeah. Really like SMGs and ARs so far. Haven't really found a shotgun yet that I fancied. Shotguns are... Yeah, I haven't used shotguns a lot either. There's some inferior ones I really like, so... my main use of shotguns has been inferior or chucking. But I've definitely used SMGs and pistols more than any other category. That's part of why I'm using AR so much on this character. You're healing. Why are you healing? Oh no. Yeah, you shouldn't heal anymore. Hey Zazzle, how you doing? This game's so incredible, it even loads up 3 times faster than the last gen. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Performance and accessibility are always W's. How's the difficulty of this game versus BL3? Way harder, Nerf Nate. Way harder. BL3, you could kind of face roll a lot of stuff. Wonderlands, you have a lot of agency over your own success. Enemies do a lot more damage, it's a lot harder to survive, your gear choices matter, your elemental matchups matter. It's overall a more difficult game in pretty much every possible way, unless you're playing Spell Shot. Spell Shot's the easy mode. As long as you're not playing Spell Shot.
My glasses! I can see again! Of course, I only need the one lens to read the other player's cards.
More question with Imbued Weapon. Does it work like Confusion where more points is not needed? That I don't have a hugely informed take on, Al. I have not crunched the numbers to that degree. I would not be the person to ask. Just in general, Spell Shot stuff. Beyond the basic. I'm not your guy. Because I'm not playing that class for a while. At least not on stream. Did we level enough for this area? I think we did. Thank you for the help. Yeah, my pleasure. This little skill icons below the XP bar, that's still a thing. That is still a thing. Ooh, caustic. That's a nice hilt to have. I'll go with that. I just don't have any kill skills? Yeah, that'd be what it is. Buy some gear upgrades.
Only the barest wisps of sunlight have crept down to this, the deepest trench of the earth.
There we go. Favorite melee weapon so far? There's a legendary that's like a one-handed sword that I really like. Hear me out? Alright, what's up, Mugro? Genuinely laugh when Torg... So, I'm just gonna delete that just because some people don't know that that's in there, Mentalists. Keep it spoiler-free for them. We are past that point, of course. But yes, I absolutely loved it as well. Like the humor a good deal better this time around than in BL3. Me too, absolutely. Absolutely agree. Hard agree. Intense is the way to go? Yeah. I don't know quite how I feel about stovepipe shotguns. Awesome reload, though. The stovepipe shotguns felt a bit weak to me. I will be honest. I'm always honest, but you know. Stovepipe shotguns were not it for me.
Watch your back, Fate Maker. You might...
Instead of traditional endgame content in Borderlands, we get a spider ant garden like Chow from Sonic. I don't have the context to know what that would be, Mugro. That's a miss for me. Completely forgot my bad. Nah, you're fine. You're fine. You're just excited about a really cool thing. But yeah, that's my favorite set piece from the game as well. For sure. Never played Sonic Adventure 2? No, ma'am. Ooh, legendary. It's even enchanted. Wow, streamer luck. And we got a great bow. Yes. Yes.
Not now, but soon.
Actually, wait, do I want to get rid of that shield? It had a health part. I'm keeping that. I thought about chaos, and here is chaos! Didn't that game come out? Isn't it bad? Mainly some pistols so far. Got my first Lego crossbow at level 11. Nice. Yeah, one of my favorite guns on my Berserker Spore Warden is a Skulldugger pistol. But, me liking it would probably surprise some people once they hear what the red text effect is.
What are you doing down here?
This game has a strange meaning for bows. I mean, it's got the, it's got a little crossbow barrel. Bug Spencer. See, it's a bow. It's also a play on, Borderlands 2 had a Hyperion sniper that was, you know, named the longbow. Borderlands 3 had the crossbow, and now this game has more Hyperion bows.
Sometimes skin's too wet. Ugh, no thanks.
Yeah, you wouldn't get it. It's a skin thing.
Okay, the next person to say skin is spontaneously combusting.
She said it first.
Run in case of spoilers, Zippy Zoomy, take it easy.
I am sorry. It has been a very long time since I spoke with anyone.
Hey boys, Rice. Glad to be watching the stream again. Started my first playthrough earlier today. Just got Torg, the Blessed by Boat. Can't wait to see the builds you're able to come up with. Hey, happy to have you in here. Yeah, game's awesome. Game's awesome.
Gaze upon the shrine and let the words flow through you.
Let's see how far we can stretch this bad boy.
Only the toiled may be granted passage through the
Dip 2, have a good one. Take it easy, Sora.
This cipher grants you our speech. There are 3 more shrines. You must intone their words aloud before the doors to the Temple of Sacrifice will open. This was once a sacred place to me and my sisters.
Temple of Sacrifice. That was a raid in Star Wars The Old Republic. A good one, I might add.
Before the drowning. You must reach the Temple of Sacrifice. Inside is a light that will grant us passage.
RNG got nothing on you.
Okay, she's creeping me out a little. And not just because she used the S word.
Yeah, she's got too many proper nouns going on. Chains, drowning, sacrifice.
I love Fret.
She's great. I really want you to like her.
Too many proper nouns.
Let's trust the skeleton man just fine.
I forgot the mantle because I was too amused.
Well, with your detective intent ability, you can tell that she's a real sweetheart who's honest and trustworthy, and you love her.
Yeet.
But the priestess class has the conceal intent ability.
Fret's that player in the campaign you don't know what to do with. Thwarting your plans.
The stuff she's making us read sounds super evil.
What? You don't know? It could be like a recipe or something.
Yeah, a recipe for people.
Ixnay on the cannibalism case. We're keeping it rated T for Tina here.
Ah, fourth wall breaking. Speaking of the T rating that people mindlessly bash. There you go. So blank stab 1, blank stab? Question mark. Feel those DM vibes so hard. Hear my new favorite word for the Borderlands games is yet? No, what's that? I need more SDUs. Murder boner? I don't hate it, to be honest. I don't hate it. What's in here? Crab. They don't have racks, so you can still call it racks. There's some bird things. Make some work. But to answer the question, I'm not worried about it right now. Can you use Murder Boner in a sentence, please? My first legendary level 11? Congrats. Welcome in, Phil. How you doing? Got 2 legendaries at level 10. Ooh, that's very lucky. Heard from my IRL buddy the other night. Now I use it all the time. It's funny when you hear a phrase that you're just like, "Yep, that's mine now." Ooh, that's money. Money is very valuable in this game. It's a real resource you want to keep track of. Unlike, you know, Borderlands 3, money doesn't really matter too much. In this game, can't stress it enough. Super nice to have. I'm curious to see what money farms people develop. I have a huge schlong murder boner happen sometimes. Interesting, soccer chick. Tell me more. I'm curious to hear the next chapter in that story. Found my first legendary in Wonderlands. It immediately gave me a raging murder boner. Origin of the word. There's the loot enemies? Yes. There's also mimics. Like that mimic I just killed.
Okay, fine. I can't resist lore. What's the deal with the drowning?
This city was once a beacon of civilization, a symbol of the united coiled people.
Each type? There are types. My work here is complete. That's the reason the game's deep routine to teach kids the value of saving money. Beautiful. Truly inspired.
So too was the city dragged with him.
Sounds like a real bummer.
When I get happy, anyone within 12 feet in front of me gets stabbed with my joy.
When our elders cast their lot with drill against my warning.
Yo, chat, I heard it's Soccer Chick's girth day. Happy girth day.
Alone, but for the maddened cries of what were once my sisters. It was the bummest of bums.
They're like crab loot enemies, goblin skeletons. There are multiple types. There are multiple types of loot enemies. Halfway done with work, almost time for one more Wonderlands. Let's go, Mr. Adblock. Let's fucking go. My schedule's pretty much just Wonderlands on stream until I can't handle it anymore. Rest, Wonderlands off stream until it's time to stream again. With maybe sleep if my body really screams about it loud enough. It's gonna be life for a while. Eyeliner unlocked. We're gonna look pretty as fuck, chat. Yeah, one more level and we get this, and then we're gonna have big HP bar. Oh, did you see my character's beauteousness, by the way? Look at this beautiful lad. Look at him. He's adorable. Is there a gold currency bunny in the end game? Not trying to spoil, just wondering. Gold currency bunny. No? He's pretty? I thought so too, Press. I thought so too. Love how all the streamers have made the most extreme looking characters. K6 made a pretty good Thanos.
You may enter the Temple of Sacrifice.
Like give Moonchar for gold? No, but that'd be cool. I like that idea.
She's laying it on way too thick. You can see the twist coming a mile away, can't you?
Even after the drowning, my sisters continue to practice profane rituals. I have observed their rites and know them well. We will need to light a fire.
Why would there be a fire pit in an underwater
Murder boner emo when? When I get next emote slot, but good luck. Look at these character names, these enemy names. Tina doesn't know what to do for this, so she just threw mobs and forgot to name them. Feel those DM vibes. Oh, Tom, I got back. Thank you so much.
Murder boner, murder boner, murder boner.
Murder boner indeed. What difficulty you playing on? I'm playing on intense, as it says in my title. Morning, Cyclops. How's life in the Wonderlands? It's great. How you doing? Feeling better today, Hope?
That is one dead fish. Could it still light a fire?
You guys want to do what? Mm-hmm, yeah. Chat, do not get magic fire juice all up in places, okay? It does not sound good for your health. I do not recommend it. I cannot advise it.
Now complete the sacrifice.
All right, newbie. Time to give up all your blood.
The fish itself is the sacrifice.
Oh. Huh. Okay.
There's some side missions in this area. I want this chest. Lipstick? Hell yeah. Link shame magic fire juice play, dude. Link shame. Like Zelda? I really unfortunately spent way too long recreating Pandora for my character because I love the deep cut DC villains. But then I started feeling sick again, so I just relaxed. Oh, I'm sorry. Hopefully the turnaround is around the corner.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Skull. It makes my skull crawl?
Ooh, are you sure that's the word you wanted to use? Because there's another S word that you could use. I mean, there's still some time for spontaneous combustion.
Nope. Just using a completely normal
We'll come back for that
phrase
one later.
Everyone else uses. Makes my skull crawl. Normal.
Yep.
Take shit.
You were short work.
Let's have something to look forward to, and I do feel better, which helps tremendously. That it does. That it does. So I've quieter to watch in the meantime. Ah, you're too kind. Happy to have you here, Cyclops, as always.
Look, I appreciate how hard you're committing to the dumb hero bit, but you do get you're walking right into her trap, right? It's hack writing. Even those other idiots at the table can see through it.
Lucky you.
It's still amusing to me that we're playing...
Boobies.
Cool. Aim for the $6.90 stone. We're playing a character in a game that is playing a tabletop game of a game character. So like, we, the Fate Maker, are the character of the newbie, who is a character in Wonderlands. Like the game, Wonderlands. It's pretty meta.
Mushroom ham sandwiches.
Thank you for the 100 bits, rapid fire. Mushroom ham sandwiches indeed. Mushroom walking around with those hams. It's so bad as well. Alright, hang on. Buy back. I want to get rid of LeChance's leg. Okay, that should free up enough space, and more importantly, give us enough money that if something really nice comes up in a vending machine, we can just kind of yoink it, you know? It's repeating, which is sad, but arc torrents, definitely something to keep an eye out for, especially the ones with multiple charges that say calls down a lightning bolt. You want those. See the Wonderland CMT, Arc Torrent with Channel Cast, and Call Down Lightning Effect. I'm sure you'll get it in like 20 minutes or something. Boys, whereas I've been playing the game for weeks. Yes, I'm aware of that. I'm in the same circles as the people pushing that information. Yep. It's okay. I'm in the know. I appreciate you keeping an eye out. Ooh, die.
Oh, that's one lucky dot.
Status effect chance. What do I have on my amulet right now? Fire damage, dark magic efficiency. I think I want to switch to this. This still has dark magic efficiency, but I get dark magic damage instead of fire damage. I lose Graveborn power for Berserker power instead. Switch to that for now. Pick that up just in case we can find a use for that. And try to play this on Xbox One yet? Any Xbox One Wonderlands gamers in chat? Never had the chance to ask yesterday, by the way, but how are you liking Berserkers or Second Class? I'm torn between that and Spore Warden until they fix Spell Shot. I really enjoy Berserker. Like, Berserker's skill tree is probably one of my favorites in terms of design. It's just got so many cool things in there. Like, I love the enrage mechanic. I love the cooldown refund. The damage based on distance, the cryo mechanics, the movement speed, melee attack speed. It's just got a lot of cool stuff to think about as a theory crafter. So I'm a big fan of Berserker. What does the class power apply to? So each class power applies to something different. Graveborn, it goes to Demi-Lich, Dire Sacrifice, Reaper of Bones, Dark Hydra, Blast Gasp. Berserker, it goes to Enrage, Dreadwind, Feral Surge, and Blast Chill. So getting Berserker power will increase the power of the Frost bonus element I get from being enraged. That's the only thing it's helping for me in this build. Whereas Graveborn power is going to increase Dire Sacrifice, most notably, but other stuff as well. However, I get that Dark Magic bonus there, and since Dire Sacrifice is Dark Magic, it's comparable, and I'm walking away with more overall bonuses. So for now, that's the move. But for this particular setup with Dire Sacrifice, I'm definitely leaning more towards Graveborn power than Berserker power.
And I make it gladly. I will go with you.
What?
When my sister caused the temptations of drill, I blamed myself. I vowed to remain in solitude for my sins. But you have shown me that passage through hardship
Ooh, healing
can be
syndrome.
accomplished alongside friends. I will join your party and aid you on your quest.
No, what? No! There has to be a twist. She's lying. The priestess's maddened sister's attack, drawn by her nefarious spells.
Sisters, I defy you now as I defied you then. You cannot stop us.
Can't wait to experiment? Yeah, Viking. There's so much to mess with.
Tired of that.
The radius on Dire Sacrifice is nuts. Oh.
Thank you, Seeker of Passage. You have given me hope. I will repay you in kind. With friendship.
Yeah, not buying it.
No, dude, she really means it.
May I have a hug? It has been so long since I felt the warmth of another on my skin.
No, she said the thing.
You said the S word.
No, she didn't.
Oh no.
You super did, and you said.
I know what I said. Oh, fine. Spontaneous combustion.
I never saw the sun again.
F.
There. Are you happy now?
Here, let's all just go talk to the evil god of the deep, shall we? That sounds like fun.
You did your best, Fate Maker, but you can't save everyone. Not with a bunker master like her.
Rip nice snake lady. She was just trying to help. She just wanted friends.
You didn't really need to kill her off.
Yes, I did, because you made me. And now I have to throw out this whole story I had ready. You know, she had a troubled past, and a yearning for friendship, and a whole redemption arc, and now it's gone.
I don't know. I just thought you were setting up a cool fight.
Stop. What are we doing?
Because the bonk, Dex. Bonk. Also, yes. Ooh, brimming. So I want to mess around with a brimming parts ward. Double brimming health. Yeah, that's as good as any. So the thing with Dire Sacrifice is it takes some of your ward, right? But it takes some of your health, rather. But if you do that at full ward, then, like, your ward's still full. So brimming will immediately kick in and give you that health back real fast. Came out of my lurk to utter Stakosi. Understandable. So if we do something like this. You see how fast I got that health back? Hello? Ready? I'll do it again. Dragon Lord really gives the handsome Jack vibe me likey. I don't like endlessly comparing everything to Jack. I think the Dragon Lord stands very well on his own, and I do not want to compare him to Jack in any way. That's just me personally. Hey Kame, how you doing? That's some fast healing. Alright, I like that a lot. Brimming parts for Graveborn. That's real nice. If you're doing Dire Sacrifice setup, that's real nice. Now, problem with that is the thing we were gonna try out with unarmored defense, you can't have brimming in unarmored defense. Which is unfortunate, but oh well. Experimentation. Just that he's likable? Yeah. In that sense, I get it. I do. So health go boing, it really do be like that.
Fine, you know what? You wanted a fight? I'll give you a fight!
Drill. Affectionately known as Daryl.
Okay, this is the Buckamaster I know. Welcome to Kingdom City.
That's a big boy! That's a big, big boy!
Lightning! What have we? Can't wait to throw some spells!
Hey Cyberkai, how you doing? What's your favorite thing about Wonderlands so far? Favorite thing about Wonderlands. I love the variety in character design. That'd be my favorite thing. Each character class feels distinct from one another, and each one really feels like it just has different things going for it. That's something that they've gotten better with over time, in the lands game format. Like, TPS started the ball, and then Borderlands 3 really kept it rolling, and Wonderlands continues that trend, that forward momentum of just creativity and character design. And I really, really, really love that. It's also just great for me as a build crafter, because builds just have so much identity. Now there's a couple classes that I do feel need some adjustment in that vein, but even in spite of that, I really like it, and I can comfortably say that the character design is one of my favorite things. So excited to play this after work. Yeah, it's a gem, really. I'm so pleased with this game. This is another example of Wonderland's bosses having, like, mechanics. That purple water, that drains your HP. Goes directly to your HP. Not to your ward, to your HP. And this boss periodically restores his ward. It does some area denial attacks. Has some telegraphs, spawns some ads. He's got a lot going on. Type build you can do with this character. Dire Sacrifice for damage, which is what I'm doing. This action skill, I'm focusing on that.
We're all just trying to have fun. You're
And we'll probably do some status effect stuff.
If you hadn't said the S word, she would still be alive.
Oh, so now you care about rules. Well, here's a rule. Rule of 3!
Loving Wonderland so far. Amen. Hey Mars Demented, Greyborn and Claw, what's your opinion on those two together? I'd say that Greyborn would be doing most of the heavy lifting. Clawbringer, as it stands right now, I don't see the power in Clawbringer. We're gonna have to spend more time theory crafting endgame Clawbringer interactions and such. I do not see really a reason to go Clawbringer for any sort of, class synergies, other than, if you like the Wyvern, then sure, go for that. If you're trying to specifically maximize something about Clawbringer, then yeah, absolutely. But in terms of how Clawbringer helps other classes, it doesn't really. Defeated Drill, let's go. Synergy, how you doing? The boss is so cool. The boss design in this game, really cool. Dealing damage while action skill cooldown. I have spells and I have guns. And I have status effects.
We're not leaving. We're having fun playing this game with you.
Yeah, that boss fight was awesome. And Newbie's kicking Mega Turbo butt as the Fate Maker.
So you're gonna stay?
Like you said, fate doesn't divide us. Fate brings us together.
Of course we're staying. I want to see how this ends. And maybe Kasara could even come back as a friendly ghost.
Nah, she's dead. I'm over it. Quest complete! Do the thing where it says quest complete!
Ripped Kasara, I guess.
See how fragile she really is? All that fear, all that doubt. Where do you think she puts it? Right into this world. She has all of the cruelty of a god and none of the responsibility.
Dragon Lord asking some real questions. Got to actually play Forbidden, it's tons of fun. Hey, I'm glad. Can you buff the Wyvern if it's your second class? Yeah. There's stuff in the Clawbringer tree that applies specifically to the Wyvern, but there's also just the companion damage stat as a whole. And Spore Warden has some of that in skill tree, so that would go to the Wyvern. Graveborn has some incentives for having multiple companions out, so you can buff up the Wyvern. It's just the reverse isn't really true. The Wyvern isn't helping the rest, it's just benefiting, if that makes sense. It's kind of like a one-way street with a Clawbringer multi-class at the moment, which is where I feel the class does need a little bit of help. Is area damage splash damage in this game? Yes. Cool, thanks man, you're very welcome. Finally dropped raid, completely gone, no accounts, my life is free again. I booted it up like a couple months ago and played for a couple days. It's fun to just mindlessly click through, but yeah, probably better to just ditch it. Good for you, Synergy. I just want to be a paladin, throws a big old hammer. Get my accounts away to stream for him to give away. That way I can't play. Yeah, especially addictive games. Yeah, sometimes it do be like that. Clawbringer seems like it has a lot of mechanics that only benefit Clawbringer stuff, not many synergies like some of the other classes. Yeah, it doesn't mesh as well with other classes, and then you've got the fact that it's got cooldowns that aren't really justified. Like, for example, the Capstone for Clawbringer has a 25-second cooldown. It's also not a good Capstone even if it didn't have a cooldown, because it's low damage and hard to control, hard to target. Clawbringer damage skills are just low values. So, Clawbringer is in need of some love. Compared to the other classes, where you have Spell Shot, head and shoulders above everyone else, you have Clawbringer, who's kind of lagging behind everyone else. But then in the middle, you've got, probably roughly in order of power, you've got Graveborn, then you've got, Spore Warden, Sabomancer, Berserker. But the middle four are really good.
You know, Tina had a little bit of a habanero thing going on, but we're gonna get the adventure back on track, okay? Fate Maker, you are nearing the former ocean's edge. But what was once sea level is now a towering cliff. You'll need to find a way up. Numbers!
Die. What a dungeon over here.
Real contains a shrine piece vibe from that dungeon over yonder.
One of the things, the 20% elemental boost. Yeah, and the thing with elemental damage boost is you can get them on gear very easily. Very easily. So, as a stat, it's going in a category you're likely to have populated already. So, Clawbringer's best damage boost is going in the most populated category of damage boost. You know, it's like, oh, okay. Not to mention, anything after, like, the first 2 tiers of Clawbringer just doesn't synergize with other classes. It's all just Clawbringer stuff. So, if you're gonna play Clawbringer right now, the way it's structured is that you play a Clawbringer with a splash of another class, rather than the reverse. At least from a theory crafting perspective. Now, that sounds like a lot of negatives, but I want to touch on the positives. The Wyvern is not the problem of the class, whereas something like in Borderlands 3, Flax pets were the problem. The mechanics around the pets were the problem. Wyvern's not. Wyvern's actually good. Like, the damage is good, and it flies in a way that allows it to deliver the damage pretty well. The AI isn't like awful. It's fine. It's good. It's workable. And as for a leveling experience, because of the power of the Wyvern, Clawbringer might be one of the easier leveling progression, you know, curves, as long as you keep investing power into that Wyvern. So it's got that going for it. Ooh, a Calamity. Thoughts on Spellshot as winter classes? I currently have no interest in Spellshot, personally, because the power level of the class is far and above what I find to be reasonable. Additionally, I like to carve out a niche for myself as a creator and not do the most popular thing. That's not the sole motivating factor, but there's also a bug interaction that the community is currently latching onto very hard, and I just want to maintain some distance from that, because building around things that are very obviously not intended is a great way to get more people in a position where they're going to complain when it's fixed. So if you're willing to deal with that fallout, more power to you. I do not begrudge people making that content. It's just, as for me personally, I'm gonna not build around that. Any news on a Twitch extension? I don't like asking too many questions. BO3 extension was an amazing fix for that. No news at the moment, Al. I certainly hope that they will announce something on that at some point. I also really love EchoCast, but no, I don't mind your questions. I know you don't like asking them, but I don't mind. So, I know that is not the sole motivating factor, but I figured I'd just throw it out there. You've been around for a long time. I'm happy to help you out. My frames. Oh no, I got the 180 bug. Oh. So wait, does Sanguine Sacrament trigger on every individual cast of this Arc Torrent? Because if so, that's 12 on-demand 30% heals before any cooldown. Hello? Instead of Moxtails, you'll have Tina's lemonade stand. That'd be adorable. And yeah, that thing does have a wizard hat. That's adorable. That's 3 out of 4 for the Shrine of Throatus Punches. I don't want to exploit bugs, but I will choose Spell Shot as secondary for all the spell cooldown. Yeah, and to be perfectly clear, the bug I'm referring to with Spell Shot, you are extremely unlikely to ever accidentally do it. And I am not shaming. If you want to do it, by all means, have fun. I just think that it's harmful that it's in the game. And I have played some Spell Shot without that bug, and there's some really fun stuff you can do, particularly in the department of dual-wielding certain damage spells. And I enjoy that quite a bit. I could go around for more dice right now, but nah. Okay, so Unarmored Defense would increase my max HP by quite a large amount, which would mean Dire Sacrifice would hit a lot harder because of that. However, I would lose the effect of this this cool brimming thing I'm doing. So, I don't know. I don't know what to do with that skill point. I want to get down to Ancient Fury, because that's max HP, and Dire Sacrifice is probably area damage. So, more damage for it as well. And Blood of the Fallen with Dire Sacrifice sounds crazy good. Although Morhaim's Blessing, like, Graveborn Capstone with Berserker kill skills sounds nutty. Like, you could have this kill skill where you get flat max health back and enraged timer back just by spamming a spell. And, like, with the spell we have now, we get a ton of activations. A big reason I hope we never get double capstone is because these two together is a great example of how that's no. It's just infinite cooldown by pressing one button. Both types of cooldowns. Which is part of why spell shot's so broken, because it can just do that. I'm gonna leave that point unspent for now. Let's see what kind of wards we get in the next vending machine. Please do not make more than one capstone a thing. I really like that we have fewer skill points. Lower level cap is nice.
So you're sticking with her in this pathetic quest, are you? Fine. I know what it's like to have your fate chosen for you. But I'm owning this villain thing, okay? World's not gonna cover itself in darkness, you know?
I'm checking something. One moment. Okay, we're good. Oh, chat. Keep an eye out for any ×4 SMGs, either Hyperius or Dahlia. ×4 SMGs on those manufacturers are some of the highest DPS in the entire game. And no, I'm not talking about legendaries. I just mean like across the entire game. They're just extremely powerful. So ×4 SMGs, Hyperius or Dahlia. That's something you're gonna want to snatch up if you ever feel like you're a little in need of some extra power. Double adrenaline. Interesting. Alright, so we're looking for health or capacity part wards. I'll sit on that skill point for a while. ×4 got one at level 2. I believe there's a guaranteed one at level 2.
Mysterious relic, and it is just giving off super magic vibes.
Oh, you know I want to touch that.
Yo, Term, how's it going? How you enjoying Wonderlands? Have you yet to sleep? Yeah. I've been streaming early. I've been staying up late. Wonderlands has just been all of my time. Love the game. Love the game. There's so much cool stuff to do. I love the character design, the items. Just the core gameplay is so good. This is such a good game. And Chaos Chamber is unreal. Chaos Chamber is absolutely goated. Oh, it feels good? Oh, yeah. The Dahlia SMG? Yeah.
What's a wastard?
Oh, you know, a real son of a witch. Get it?
We wastards are rare, powerful magic users. I'm a necromancer, but when I refuse to do that Dragon Lord's bidding, he ripped my soul out of my body and stuffed it into this relic. Dick move, right?
Loving Spore Warden and Stabbo, fun gun setup. Yeah, my first character that I got to endgame, the one that I grinded all the way up to Chaos 20, is a Spore Warden Berserker.
If you help me, I'll give you a powerful tool against the Dragon Lord.
Clay? I don't think it's Clay. I don't think so. No, it's not Clay, because people were thinking it was Clay. When they first showed this character in like the first trailer. It's not. What's the difference between the quests that are just the exclamation mark and the other one with the black background? So there's different categories of quests. The ones with a more fancy icon are like more major. Any thoughts on pet builds? Depends on how you define pet. Do you mean like the class feat pets? Or do you just mean things that scale as companions? Because those are two very different answers.
That's character growth, baby.
Totally unrelated. Newbie, there's something called a reverse exorcism, where you trap someone's soul in your own body and then explode, sending you both to hell, in case you need some leverage.
Oh yeah, that's real. Messy stuff. Happened to my buddy Connor at a birthday party.
A little for me, a lot for you.
It's possible to do flak level pet build and stand there AFK in a way. I'm assuming not. Well, flak level pet build was terrible. Flak pet builds were horribly inefficient and just not good. They were hands off, but they were not good. Now, in terms of that, you can get the Wyvern to do similar stuff, yeah. You can get the Wyvern to a point where you can just kind of like hang out and it'll do stuff in the background for you. I would not expect the Mushroom to really do much of that, but the Mushroom's good at drawing aggro. So maybe if you were a Spore Warden Clawbringer, you could have the Mushroom herd up some enemies and then the Wyvern kills them. That could work. Though ultimately, like, you'd probably want Graveborn over Spore Warden for that. Just because the Hydras, and then you got Faithful Thralls, and Demi-Lich also flies, so it's less prone to the pathing problems that the Mushroom Companion has. They didn't mean that Connor line as a DAO reference, did they? I don't think it was his birthday party, so no. Notice the Mushroom's Red Fang effect is pretty consistent. Yeah, the Mushroom Taunt feels great. My only thing with that is if you're going to consistently have it tank for you, you need to be healing it constantly. Now, luckily there is an enchant that does that. There are several other ways of healing and reviving companions, so you can do it. It just requires a little bit of upkeep. It's not like playing Flak, where at a certain point it was just like fully automated. You only rarely needed to worry about healing it. It's a little more hands-on, but I don't think that's a bad thing either. Anyone got experience with the Mushroom Man occasionally lets one rip? Yes, yes. That's the skill we're referring to, Mentalist. It taunts nearby enemies, and that's a very good survivability tool. Enemies that aren't attacking you aren't hurting you. Also, the Cloud hits pretty quickly and inflicts dots, which there's some mechanics that scale off of Companions critting. So yeah, you can get a large volume of crits from the Cloud as well. I think Stab was a good secondary for Spore, or there'd be a better option DPS-wise. So from a pure min-max perspective, your best option is likely going to be, if you're doing a pure gun build, you're looking at either Spell Shot or Graveborn as a second class to Spore Warden. However, in terms of my personal enjoyment, I really enjoy Berserker for that role. And Berserker's also good at it. But I would say you're more likely to be going either Graveborn or Spell Shot for secondary. Graveborn and Spell Shot are just kind of the strongest classes. Spell Shot problematically so, Graveborn's just good. So I don't believe Graveborn's overpowered. I think Spell Shot's overpowered, but Graveborn's just good. How do you feel about the damage numbers being much smaller than BO3? Personally, I kind of like it. I think it's a good thing. Smaller numbers are just easier to balance across the board. Keep jumping water, think I can survive somehow. Yeah, water is still a problem.
And it's weird how every character you meet around here is a lonely failure fighting fear in an ocean of desperation. Like Flotsam. Or Jetsam. Or whichever.
The Flotsam Jetsam callback.
Cracks loser. Or maybe it's the only type she knows how to write.
No game's good when I have to make myself put down the game to go eat. Yes. But good job taking care of yourself. Hey Hot Sauce, how you doing? Be lurking and working but enjoy? I appreciate you hanging out, Cyberkai. Man, this spell is beyond satisfying. I'm gonna have to keep an eye out for a repeating Arc Torrent. So, like, for optimal damage, you go for the channel Arc Torrent, but the repeating one, if it triggers effects the way I think it does, then, like, I want that.
I was afraid of this. The quartz in the ground is sapping the soul energy out of the jar. Exceptionally powerful source of magic.
How many charges does that spell have? It's 3 charges and it's repeating. So before cooldown time passes, I get 12 bolts, which is like a lot. Ooh, another legendary. What we got? Frozen Orb. Ooh, I like that spell. It's not my favorite, but it is one that I like. So, Frozen Orb. It's, straight out of Diablo, chat. It's the Sorceress's Frozen Orb from Diablo 2. It's literally the same thing. Operates in exactly the same way. Wanna see? I'll do it for you, Stump. Such a small thing, the Dolly SMG slowing down the fire rate as you empty the mag feels so good. Yeah, the Hyperius ones do that as well. Yeah, it's interesting. It's the orb and it's got the spikes around it as well. Such a gent. Happy to provide the entertainment, my friend. How's Stabo melee builds looking on a functionality standpoint? So the thing with melee is the thing that people need to accept if they're gonna do melee in the way that, like, if they're gonna do melee as a primary damage source, you need to accept that you're gonna be doing things other than melee in there as well. Like, you need to cast spells, you need to activate action skills, you need to occasionally shoot, especially with Stabo melee. You need to shoot for Stabo melee effects to, like, one of Stabo's bigger melee boosts, I believe it's the biggest melee boost, requires you to shoot. So that's something I've seen people resistant to that they should probably get used to. I'd say in terms of melee, based on what we know right now, I'd probably say Stabomancer Berserker is going to be the way to go. I have a vague idea of which items I'd use, but it's something that I'll circle around to eventually. Kind of worried about the luck system. So the reviews from the first day, we had a review copy of the game. They have already made changes from the review copy of the game. Drop rates are much better now in the retail version. Loot luck was massively increased from multiple sources. Drop rates themselves were increased. Drops feel much better than they did in the review version. So I think the problem has largely been addressed. I think the next thing people would like to see, who had those concerns, is the non-respawning mini-bosses.
Skeletons make everything cooler. I don't know what else to tell you.
Dice multiplying luck, though, like if you get low rolls in them, you're screwed for that playthrough. Is it insignificant? No, it's just getting the dice themselves is what matters. Yo, Pirak, thank you for the raid. Thank you so much. Welcome in, Raiders. I had caps lock on. How'd stream go? What'd you get up to? Today we are we're continuing our playthrough of Berserker Graveborn. Sorry, Graveborn Berserker, I suppose technically, on intense difficulty, and we found a spell that's really got my gears turning. This is a 3-charge spell. It's repeating, so I can get 12 casts before cooldown is a concern. That's got me thonking. It's got me thonking a lot. Love my new hoodie. You love your new hoodie as well? I do. I definitely do. We're also keeping an eye out for a ward with health parts or capacity parts. Ideally, just those. Test out some dire sacrifice stuff. All the hoodies that color? Yes, I believe so.
Out of your body and thrown in the ocean. As the
That's my new wig. I saw the wig. It looks great. Taking a break. Probably more gaming after Wondercast. Nice. Hey, the power of grids. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you, Farrah. My alerts are way behind. There we go. There we go. Thank you so much. Welcome, Raiders. How you doing? For those of you who don't know me, I'm Quag. I do lots of wacky build stuff in Borderlands and other games. Currently, we're playing through on intense difficulty. We're doing a Berserker Graveborn type setup and messing with some interesting things as we go. A little bit about me. I'm on the Tiny Tina's Wonderlands creation team. I have over 6,000 hours in Borderlands 3, so I am no-lifing this game already. It gives you a good idea what kind of gamer I am. I just love builds. I live and breathe them. Spent 7 hours in the game, love it? Absolutely. It's such a good game. There's so many things to do. It's got so much personality, and it really just every area you can see how much effort and love they put into the game. The sound design, the voice acting, the area design, the visuals. It's just a beautiful game. I'm really glad that it lived up to the hype. But, I hope your stream went well. And I appreciate you bringing your community over here. Sir, shooting me from there is rude. I don't have the aim to counter that. You know that. Love the energy in the community. People are so excited about it. Yeah, it's just good vibes. COV pistols homing on enemies. Yeah, Skulldugger pistols having the light tracking is very nice. Big fan of that. I shouldn't use my bow for that. I should use a gun that I don't care about the ammo, but shooting this gun feels so satisfying. This antique great bow we got, it's so nice. Is a wood blocker? No. Doesn't fire in bursts. Okay, maybe it's a little wood blocker-y, but it doesn't fire in bursts. Man, the more I use the spell, the more I'm like, what do I do for skill tree progression? Because this capstone with the spell I'm using right now would be absolutely insane for triggering things like Dark Hydra, triggering Blood Frenzy. Like, that'd be so powerful. Keeping Harvest uptime. And then I'd get Blast Gasp going down that far. Also got more health from Ascension. Yeah, that'd be a lot of spell damage and health. What do I get for going down Berserker? I would get Blood of the Fallen would be a lot more Dire Sacrifice activations. But I think going farther down Graveborn is the play. Just saw your character. Oh, what, they're beautiful. Look. You use Reaper Bones much? I used it a lot before launch. And it's enjoyable. But Dire Sacrifice is badass. See, my character is beautiful. Expecting cute cat girl, not this furry abomination. What do you mean? I particularly like the eyes. Happy Wonderland's Day, the reparation. Hope you're well. Holo insisted on the matte black lipstick, and I think that was a great creative choice. You can zoom inside? Yeah, I briefly was. That was too cursed. Didn't need to sleep anyways? Yeah, sleep's overrated. Why sleep when you can Wonderlands?
You know, I've heard a lot of talk about heroes, and to be fair,
Rewarding.
C full effort. C minus.
Other weapons you should look out for, other than Times 4 like in specific, magic barrel Furior shotguns with the wing part.
Look, I'm back.
I know that's pretty specific, but trust me.
Spells are up.
Is that a dot? Oh, yeah, that's a rough death. Intense difficulty be like that. Enemy countered the one weapon I was using, and I was not prepared. Intense be intense. That's okay though. Gives me a chance to we're gonna try out. I'm gonna invest that skill point. Stop being a coward. I'm gonna invest it. And we'll change out wards to this one. We'll see how this plays out. Dark magic damage, berserker power. It's higher efficiency. It's higher damage, gun reload speed, but I lose the status effect damage, so I don't think I want that. I think we stick with this. I've been slacking on my weapons a little bit as well. Let's equip the Drill's Legacy.
Rise from your grave.
That should help. Shotguns with the wing part, also the magic barrel. What are we going to get today? Hey D2H, how you doing? We are attempting to do some stuff with Dire Sacrifice. I'm trying to, as we do this playthrough, mess around with different things with health thresholds and all that kind of stuff. It's sort of a science as I go type deal. I really like the idea of this this brimming part. So like while your ward's full, you get a massive amount of healing, right? So if you keep your ward full, which I can't do because the skill I just spec'd into, but when you use Dire Sacrifice, you'll just start healing immediately. It's that kind of stuff I'm kind of digging into. Thinking as I go. I'm trying to, much like you've been doing with your Wyvern stuff, do the non-spell shot things. Non-spell shot. But how you doing? Where's I going? Sense of direction, non-existent. I think I was going this way. Hey Amber, getting closer and closer to the end of Elden Ring. It makes me sad, I don't want it to end. Replay value, more playthroughs. Do the thing. Maybe we just had to change weapons to match elements. Intense difficulty demanding at times, which is a good thing. Yo, Piker, thank you for the 9 months. I appreciate it. Berserker's viable, a bit more gear dependent than I was like. Yeah, yeah. We discussed this a little bit earlier. I think the thing with Clawbringer is that it's more of like a main class than the other classes are. So like the other classes kind of help each other out, but with Clawbringer, it's the other classes help it out, and it doesn't give much back to the others. So it's more restrictive in that way. I think that's the issue. So gear dependency is going to be a big thing with that one. Whereas Spell Shot, you just kind of like exist and succeed.
One of my marvels is here. And release my memories.
Marble up there. Multiple characters, multiple builds. There's a ton of replay value, which means once I see everything for the first time, never recreate that, you know. Fought a new boss last night, first couple tries, jaw was wide open for the fight's entirety. That's always a great experience. But hey, there's that cheesy saying, what is it? Don't be sad because it's over, be happy that it happened. Something like that. Trying to focus more on elemental damage with Claw, at least. That's what I go for right now when I'm multi into Berserker. So, the awkward thing about that is, one of Clawbringer's skills, the Elemental Aura, it's pretty good on paper. Like, elemental damage, just, at least for you as an individual, always on, that's nice. But that's one of the categories that you can get damage bonuses in really easily from gear, from enchants. So it's kind of something, it kind of ends up being a little redundant. So it's difficult to find where Clawbringer damage comes from. The gun bonus element isn't bad at all. I like that. Burst Sabo status build. Clawbringer might be good for a status effect build. Because you could have the Wyvern apply some powerful ones. A fire dot from a Wyvern probably hits pretty hard. Did I breckie? I did not, but I have crackers in front of me. I can have mini breckie. Once you convert the Wyvern's damage to Frost with Burr, it gets nasty. That sounds promising. Yeah, converting that element to something more, more convenient. Yeah, that sounds like a good move. Hope you're doing great, Pupty. It's interesting. The surface level Clawbringer, it compares to Flak in a lot of ways. But the thing with Flak that Clawbringer doesn't have the problem with is with Flak, the pet was a detriment in terms of skill investment with a lot of the skills. But with Clawbringer, the pet is your power. Like, all of your power is the pet. So, I think it can be figured out. I would still like to see it get some amount of love. But, we'll see. I think if there's going to be a very strong Clawbringer setup, it'd probably be something like what D2H is doing, where you mess around with what elements the Wyvern can deliver, and you build around that. Can't remember the name of it, but it's a Lego armor mod that does that. Warped Paradigm? It's something Paradigm, I think, is the one that does that. There's like one for dark magic, there's one for fire, there's one for frost. Does rage apply to companions as well? It's a global bonus element, so anything that benefits from your damage bonuses will get it, except for status
none of the
effects.
relics are good enough?
You can even roll on Lego, so I haven't seen it. I don't think it can. I don't think so. I think it's a legendary effect. Don't know what the magic barrel looks like, nor the wing part. Do I have a magic barrel gun? I might not have a magic barrel gun right now. Oh, I do. Magic barrel. You load on respectfully. Game Pog? Game Pog. Game is really, really good. So shiny? Yeah. Shiny is a good way of putting it. Are you a mimic? No. Okay. Been funny if that was. I gotta ask if I collect all loot dice in an area, what would my legendary drop rate be for that area? That's more complex math than I can do off the top of my head, and it's gonna depend on your loot luck stat, which might be different than my loot luck stat. Like, for the amount of dice and stuff I have, right now this character has 652 loot luck. If you go all in on loot luck at Chaos 20, you could have like 30,000 loot luck. Okay, the number's gonna vary. But remember that the dice don't just apply to the area you're in. Dice are a universal thing. Loot luck is a huge deal.
Oh, hell no! Nuh-uh, you ain't getting this magic.
Rude.
Sure about this one?
Oh yeah, that thing has big relic energy for sure. We'll get plenty of use out of it.
Oh, before I forget. You probably already all are, but do the thing. Follow the homie. Seriously, I get a lot of Clawbringer questions, and I think D2H has the most Clawbringer time out of, like, anybody. Like, the most build crafting time. Perek's playing Clawbringer as well. She's another person you want to follow. Definitely do that.
Farther out than I left it. Must have broken off with some of the other floating platforms. Now, the soul energy needs a body as a conduit, so you'll have to do it yourself. Place the relic, and we can begin.
With this much soul energy,
Any more crackers?
you need more than one person channeling it, or the effects could be catastrophic.
Eat a reasonable number of saltine crackers at once challenge. Fucking impossible.
Ragu, Barada, Pesto.
Ragu, Barada, Pesto.
I need Joel to hurry up that dice bit so I can cheat. I know, right? There's so many that I just never bothered to find. But there's so many of them. Like, the amount of editing that's gonna go into that video, craziness. So I feel with tortilla chips? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
See
Who's doing necromancy? Skeleton stuff is my brand.
Let's go for a ride. Time to get my beautiful body back. Honestly giving up on ever having a corporeal form again until you come on, hero. Thanks for giving me hope.
Also, crackers are brekkie,
Okay,
right?
this guy's
Brekkie
throwing
bits.
on me. I had no idea you could make friends in
Thank you for the Brekkie bits.
Haven't you been playing Bunkers and Badasses for a while?
I had the idea to make one during the demo, and I saw how many dice there were, and I was like, nope. Yep.
How many parties have you gotten kicked out?
Like, the first couple areas, I was hunting down as many dice as I could. And then, we got to, what was it, one of the bigger maps. Where instead of like 5 dice, it was like, ah, here's like 18. I was like, no. Not that organized, same. Hey, Stump, thanks for giving us up out. Going to Ember. I appreciate it, Stump. Thank you so much. Been very generous today. Don't mind the delayed alerts. You know if luck dice are profile bound or... There's the alert. You know if luck dice are profile bound or character bound? They're character. They are character specific. However, I feel like that's a bit of feedback they'd be open to making them profile wide in the future. So don't be shy about providing that feedback. Because I would like to see it change to profile as well. I want to do a bunch of playthroughs, and I do not want to hunt, 200 dice 7 times. Does not sound like my idea of fun. Okay, we got a health part. That's expensive, though. Be the best way to share that feedback with them. Thinking. Chatting about it like this helps. Chatting about it like this helps. They do, on some level, keep track of social media posts that get enough traction, but the slippery slope with that, and the reason why I don't really recommend that, is because you will reach a point of critical mass where it just gets more toxic than constructive. With that kind of attempt at providing feedback. So...
Told you it was beautiful, didn't I?
Too late.
I don't really use social media much anyway. Yeah.
What in all the hell is he doing?
I'm taking control.
The internet toxic? No way. Not possible.
This is weird. Let's kick this guy out of my body before it gets weird.
So the endgame version of this fight is like... I've never said more bad words at once in my entire life. It's an encounter. We'll talk about it now already. Just like... Would you like the enemy that constantly refills his own shields to also one-shot you, no matter what your health is? And then would you mind if you ran away? Constantly? See that attack right there? There is nothing you can do about that. It's so crazy.
You were short, bro.
The nerf of Spectral's health, it's far too easy to fight to almost reset. Yeah, if you let up the pressure, in this situation where I'm in right now, this exact situation, then he can just get his entire ward back. You're like, oh, okay, another 5 minutes of this. I'll take level up bonus. Watch, I think Chadley or Bird do this fight. Hilarious. Yeah, it's something that we all love to hate.
Guy's nose is always stuffy anyway.
Ooh, legendary. That looked like a spell.
Okay, he's out of there. Quit the violence. Premium merchandise.
Okay, I can't get up there. I was about to be worried. Getting some first empowered scholar encounter vibes here. There's no platforming at least. Yo, Diamonds, how's it going? Good to see you. Ah, another frozen orb. We've gotten 2 frozen orbs. We're not a spell shot. We can't dual wield those. Sag. I see you too. Been too long. How's Wonderlands treating you? Fantastic. I absolutely love this game. I already have like 100 hours in this game. I've been playing for a couple weeks, but I already have like 100 hours in Wonderlands.
Here, follow me.
Look at Waster just breaking it down. Yeah, Kevin. He does have moves. Boss is worth farming during story for loot and or XP. If you're doing like a themed playthrough, I'm sure you'd want to for certain drops. But I'd just recommend doing side missions in a playthrough if you're just playing for completion. Just do side missions for XP every so often, you're good. Okay, friend, I'm gonna go find food. Have a good rest of your stream. I appreciate you stopping in, D2H. Thanks as always. You enjoy food.
And there you go. You're 1/8 undead. Enough to legally claim it on your taxes.
1/8 undead, pog. Thinking about picking this one up, just got myself a new graphics card. Sorry, cat, I'll continue petting you. If you do exclamation point Wonderlands, if you happen to want to purchase on PC, you can use my affiliate link. And if you go for the Chaotic Great Edition, that includes the Season Pass, and you will also, if purchased through an affiliate link, get the Knights of Butt Stallion pack, some exclusive cosmetics, and I do get a kickback if you use my link. More than like a creator code. Shameless plug. But yeah, the game's fantastic. The game's really, really good. It's got the most replayable launch endgame of a Gearbox game. Of a land-style game. Chaos Chamber is incredible. And also the playthrough model is just good. The vibes of the game, the atmosphere, it's just a fun game. It ticks all the boxes. 2 more hours. Let's go, Mr. Adblock. Cosmetics drop more frequently than ammo. The thing about cosmetic drops is you can sell them. They're decent money, and money matters in this game. It's released today. It's been out on PC for US East for about 16 hours. Something like that. 16 hours. Yeah, it's been out for the general public for 16 hours. I've been playing it for about 3 weeks. Kevin, I'm trying to stream. What are you doing?
Here's by the cliff face, allowing you to hop between areas.
Once we beat the Dragon Lord, we're
Go grab food and get some rest. Have funsies. Hey, thanks for the raid again, Perrick, and for all your support as always.
You can keep your merchandise. I want that Sword of Souls.
So you think you guys might stick around after the campaign?
I don't know. We really should get to fixing up our ship.
Oh, I mean, are you sure? The outside world super sucks right now. You could just stay here and play games with me.
Aw, Tina. They do make you feel for her in this game. They really make you feel. Triple Ice Spike spell hits like a truck. Had it since level 11, still Rex at 26. Yeah, exempts. There's some spells that really have some good longevity. Ice Spike spells, Calamity spells, Arc Torrent spells. Those all hold up really well. You said it, Tiny. The real world sucks right now. Ugh, that's a mood. Parents were tortured and killed, and she lived a miserable experience, so we should feel bad for her. Yeah, I just feel like they did a much better job of, like, it wasn't, haha, she's damaged anyway, the way Borderlands 2 was. Like, Borderlands 2, the depth of Tina's emotional journey was, haha, she's damaged anyway, and then, hey, she's kinda sad about Roland. That was it. In this game, they dig into exactly what kinds of emotions she's feeling, what kind of fears she has. I just really like Tina's emotional journey in this game. I miss Zed. Hopefully Zed comes back the next Borderlands game. I hope the voice actor is in good health. He was having a rough time a few years ago. Guess it's space COVID. Pain. Hey Knight, how you doing? Welcome in. Hope you're well today. How's Overworld? I love the Overworld reparation. It's so cool. Like, you can get some nice incentives from it. Just character-wide buffs, like anything from crit chance to movement speed. Just completionism in the Overworld gives you a bunch of stuff for your character. Also, it's a much more engaging and enjoyable experience, in my opinion, than vehicles. Overworld kind of functionally replaces vehicles in this game, and I really, really like it. Also, it's cute as fuck. What is this game? This is Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. This is a Gearbox software developed game. If you've ever played a Borderlands game, this is a spin-off. This is a tabletop game being played by characters in the Borderlands universe. But it's got some core differences to Borderlands. There's magic and all sorts of wacky things. Let's say a looter shooter with kind of a D&D flavor to it, Dungeons & Dragons flavor. Hey Kingman, how do you manage chaos levels? What do you mean? How do I manage chaos levels? Like, how do I do them? How do I climb up them? Like what do you mean?
This will be over before you can return.
Beautiful. RNG. Get it? Get it? RNG? RNG? I didn't make the joke, you can't boo me. I just repeated it. I'm still holding my gun, apparently. It's like, yeah, you're out of ammo. Ah, yes, I am.
Getting a real contains a shrine piece vibe from that dungeon over yonder.
What, Kevin? What? We want. This cat is loud today. Wow, that Dire Sacrifice did so much damage. Holy shit. That was great. I think a Spellshot Greyborn for my first build. They all look so fun though. Yeah, I'd say Spellshot Greyborn is good taste if you're trying to be as powerful as possible. I'm pretty confident that Spellshot Greyborn is the current known power ceiling of the classes. So if you want to be extremely good at dishing out large amounts of spell damage, then yeah, that's gonna be your vibe for sure. A legendary farmer, it's broken. So that was day 1 information released from weeks of feedback with a review build of the game. Bite my shiny metal ass. Myself and others had access to the game for several weeks, which time we played and whatnot. And remember that our review build has already experienced different things from the retail build. They did take feedback into account and change some things. So, the extent of the drop problem that we experienced as reviewers, they've already cushioned it. Gearbox has already acted and mitigated the problem to the point where I feel like the drop rates are pretty much fine. I think the only issue in that department now is there's a lot of named enemies that don't respawn, and they could take advantage of those by making them respawn to make the world feel a little more populated and spread out some of those dedicated drop sources to those enemies. But the problem has already been addressed. All classes seem well balanced too. I wouldn't go that far. Spellshot is like miles ahead, and Clawbringer's a bit behind.
You see before you an upturned bridge. What's it doing like that? Could be useful if you whack it over. This shrine is dedicated to the crazed Earl, the patron god of moon orbs.
I didn't know you could get a mimic in the overworld. Switch broken because it shows 5k people in chat. Huh. No, I'm seeing that as well. Why am I seeing that? Front page? Oh, I'm on front page. Welcome, friends. I've never been on front page before. I didn't know that was today. Welcome, everybody. This is Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. The most important thing, though, is we've got to get the front page thumbnail to be my cursed character's face. So we got to go into an area where we can see that. 1 second.
Hear my words.
Yo, Tom, I got back. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs.
There is a mysterious chest in the oasis.
My cat is losing his mind. Cat, get over here.
But it's sealed to us by a powerful hex. Find it. If you would break the
Alright? No, we're on Twitch front page. So it's the embed. Hey Viper, how you doing?
Ominous. I love it. Let's go.
I'm sorry, what do you think ominous means exactly?
I absolutely love
Threatening, inauspicious.
the chemistry between Wanda Sykes and Andy Samberg. They need to bottle that and just put it in everything. I need it. I need more of that in my life.
Aren't you curious?
Okay. Yeah, I am. Let's go.
Yes!
Yeah, let's do the side area. I'm great. Ghostblade's amazing. Glad you're enjoying.
On fire. There you go, Quack. She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
First class for this playthrough. I spent the majority of my time pre-launch with a Spore Warden into Berserker combo. And I've said it before.
I believe there's a Kevin near you.
There is a Kevin near me. I can pet the Kevin. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Premium neuron activation. Barrel stuffing with Barrage, the bow action skill that the Spore Warden has. It's so satisfying. And you can really spam that action skill. It's more proof of Gearbox making a lot of cool design decisions and innovation. Barrage is the first direct damage action skill they've ever made in one of these land-style games that scales with gun damage. And there's so many build things you could do with that. Really interesting stuff. Been waiting for this game since the original DLC, so stoked. Hey, welcome in, Rainbow Bright. It's an experience. It takes the vibe of the Assault on Dragonkeep DLC from Borderlands 2, and it makes the gameplay just something entirely different. I personally did not like the gameplay for that nearly as much as I like the gameplay for this. It's more modern, it's more fluid, it just does everything right gameplay-wise. That's a sigil with 2 spell damage parts. Increases all damage by 15% while inside and heals for 6% of health every second. I'm taking that. Also, shout out to my cat in the background. Other cat. Hey, Quantum Limp. Frequently asked question, chat can answer, it's already been answered 100 times. What are status effect builds actually semi-viable now? Yes. Status effects can do good damage in this game. We have more access to status effect duration, status effect chance, which are a big factor as to why they were kind of only an Amara thing outside of Unleash the Dragon in Borderlands 3. Because Amara could extend the duration and make them apply more. But now all characters can get some decent duration status effects going. Game's so refreshing. Feels great getting drops. I'm glad you're enjoying. What's the worst that could happen with this chest? I don't know how to start over so I can swap my primary class. You just make a new character. Do them truly. You just go back to the main menu, hit new game, and it'll send you right back in. New character. Hey Kev, how you doing? Pre-ordered and was planning on streaming playing today. Then you were on front page and I heard there are cats. There are cats. This is Kevin right here.
What? You're a robot. You don't have feelings.
He's a boy. Oh, we got Jake. Jake's saying hi. Jake, get in frame. Okay, he went in the opposite direction. Here, let me grab this cat. Only have options which include play, social, and options, non-limited new game. Huh, interesting. Let's, let me show what it should look like. Is this a new game? It is a new game. This is Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. It is out today, worldwide. And it is a Borderlands-like game. It's its own new IP, so it's not a DLC. I even resist calling it a spin-off. So if you go to play, you click new game here, Doom Truly, and then you can make a new character. New game instead of continue. I'm gonna click continue and continue this one though. So yeah, this is a new game. It takes a lot of the gameplay innovations of Borderlands 3 and a lot of new things as well. and it kind of combines it with the world of Tiny Tina's Assault on Dragon Keep from Borderlands 2, and makes it into this new cool thing. It's very enjoyable. You got the D&D vibes. You've got some nice celebrity voice work in here. A lot of pop culture references. But one of my favorite things in this game is there's a particular ward that has a name and a red text that are a reference that I absolutely love. I will not spoil it for you guys, but keep an eye on the unique items. There's some cool references in there. Let's get another Hydra from over here, and some Constitution. Ward here, shield, yes. Hey, Thurston, thank you so much.
How is the game so far?
Game's amazing so far. Now the game's just out today, but as a member of the creator team, I have been playing it for a while. I had a review copy of the build, so I put serious hours in. I have about 100 hours in the game right now, and I really enjoy it. It's got the most replayable endgame at launch of any Gearbox Studios game. Gearbox software game, rather. So all the Borderlands games, 1, 2, 3, TPS, this one has the most endgame at launch. And as an endgame player, it's a really big deal. Is it short then? It's shorter than BL3. It's about comparable to Borderlands 2 playthrough length. So maybe for a casual player trying to experience most of the game, you could take 20, 30 hours. Then you've got a really replayable endgame. There's still different rarities of guns. Yes, you've got white, green, blue, purple, and legendary. And then in endgame, in the chaos levels, you have sub-rarities within legendary. So those are chaotic and volatile, where you'll get a different looking loot beam. It's still a legendary, but the base stats will be improved. If you've ever played Diablo 3, it's like having an ancient item. It's just better stats on that same legendary. And thank you for the Prime, Doom, truly. I really appreciate it. Hey, Alan Per, how are you? Thank you for answering. Happy to do it, Doom, truly. Happy to do it. Ooh, that's a good ice spike. That's 2 charges. It's a ×5 with 2 cooldown parts. That's really good. Alright, I'm equipping that. Hey, we got a level. Very nice. So this is actually one of the areas I left for myself to do on stream. I've not done this area before, so it's new to me.
We have to clean up your mess before
Garrett,
condemns the coil to
the Ditcher. This is a Witcher reference.
Or worse, decides to drown the entire world. Head to Salissa's eternal wellspring up ahead.
Ghostblade seems to get melee damage effects, but not melee attacks, which means it gets blast chill. Test that one myself. Yeah, melee attack is specifically swinging your weapon. The way I'm making that make sense in my head is, you know how amp requires you to actually pull the trigger and shoot the gun? Melee attack requires you to swing the weapon. Until further testing confirms or denies that, that's the theory I'm operating under. Can you play with friends? Absolutely. And much like how I said this has the best endgame at launch of a Gearbox game, this also has the most co-op friendly experience. Endgame activity design is so fun with friends. And we had a bunch of nights where we had some of the most hardcore in the Borderlands community just sitting in a call doing, to the wee hours of the morning, Chaos Chamber over and over and over again. It's so replayable. The multi-classing system and the full character creator also mean that you have so much control over how your character feels, what they look like, and what they can do, that your character really feels like your character in a way that Borderlands games haven't done.
Before, but I heard you choose a character. I guess how many type of characters are in there?
Thank you for the 5 again, Thurston. So there's 6 playable character classes. They've confirmed a 7th for the season pass. We have the Graveborn and the Berserker are the 2 multi-classes that I am right now. So if you see my skill trees, each class has 1 skill tree. You pick your starting one, you're locked into that one. But with story progression, you unlock a second one. And the second one is one of the remaining 5 you choose. You're locked into that one until the story ends, but once you've completed the story, you can freely change your second class. So you pick 2 of the 6. And each of them has an always-on feature, known as a class feat, and then a full skill tree, and a choice of 2 action skills. So you mix and match from these 6, later 7, maybe even more, as you see fit. Is it co-op? Yes. There is local co-op, so there's split screen on consoles, 4-player split screen on PS5 and whatever the name of the current Xbox is, and 2-player on the old gen. And then there's also online co-op as well. Hey, Soccer Chick. Welcome back. Yo, Shane Benz, thank you for 4 gifted subs. I appreciate it. Wish there was more obvious when teammate went down. That's something they can address. How's game? Thinking I'm picking up? So as someone with... I have over 6,000 hours in Borderlands 3. It's been my mainstream game for years. Borderlands 3, I sank a lot of hours into. With over 6,000 hours in Borderlands 3, this game is already competing with that for how much I want to play it. The sound stuff sounds like Destiny a bit. It's a looter shooter, so the same genre as Destiny. It's a bit less hardcore, a little more casual friendly, and you can do lots of different builds and whatnot with it. Is loot like BL2 or BL3? Neither, really, Fraser. Neither. It's its own thing. And as for the gameplay, you get this really cool blend of using guns, action skills, spells, and melee attacks. There's more character depth in Wonderlands? Absolutely, Shrapnel. Absolutely. I forgot to show you guys a bit earlier, but I'll use photo mode to show you my beautiful boy of a character. Look at this lad. Look at this absolute unit. Is it really worth $60 though? Sucks compared to like Elden Ring when that game $60 has so much content. Is it worth dropping that much on this? I think so, Emus. In particular because, one, fans of Gearbox-style looter shooter games, a lot of them tend to like playthroughs of different character classes, hearing all the different dialogue with the different voices, you know, tackling side quests with friends, just going through the progression of the story. And that has a lot of staying power. And for that reason, people are still playing the first 2 Borderlands games, which are 13 and 10 years old, respectively. But as an endgame focused player, you know, I'm more worried about getting my money's worth from that stuff as well. And the Chaos Chamber is a partially procedurally generated activity where you get random enemies, random bosses, random rooms. You get buffs you can pick up through the room with the currency you get inside called crystals. You get 20 earnable difficulty levels post-story, known as chaos levels, that increase enemy damage and health and provide further challenge and progression and all that stuff. It's kind of like if you took Diablo 3 Greater Rifts, mashed them up with, if you ever played Godfall, the Ascended Tower of Trials from that, and then you put like a Borderlands spin on it. It's kind of all those things together. It sounds weird, but it works really, really well. And there's some hidden bosses in there, like raid boss level encounters. And there's lots of replay value there. Lots of replay value. You change your classes at any time, try different stuff, you have to make a new character. You can change your second class. Your first class is locked in, your second one is freely changeable.
See that? That's what's left of Celissa. Reduced to her pure...
Kinda happy story's supposed to be shorter. Yeah, it's a bit shorter than 3.
This orb, this prison, provides water to the...
Yo, Thomas, thank you for the 16 months. I appreciate it.
She was reduced to this state by the first viziers during the torrent of treachery. But by releasing Celissa's...
Only one that wasn't worth is pre-sequel in my opinion. Pre-sequel was light on content. It was light on content. It had good core gameplay, but sadly...
Enjoy your playthrough, friend. Looking forward to see you do wonders.
Thanks again, Thomas. I appreciate it. Yeah, sadly, no. We didn't get all the content we wanted for TPS. It's unfortunate. Yo, Thomas, thanks for the 5 subs. I appreciate it. Super generous. Thank you.
To know that. So go. You have to finish what you started. You'll need the still warm life hearts of Celissa's most ferocious creations, the sea wargs. Once you've done that, we'll work toward freeing Celissa's...
How did they manage to make this actually feel like The Witcher?
I'll be fighting the monsters and gathering reagents for oils and potions and things to prepare for the fight with Celissa.
This side mission is unabashedly just a Witcher parody, and I'm here for it.
She's on fire. Tina, why'd you make this guy such a jerk face?
Hey, not everybody's sunshine and candy balls, Val. Some people's got issues. He's one of them.
A cool thing with the melee system in this game, they were very thoughtful about which enemy types it would feel useless against, so they kind of baked in a failsafe. So flying enemies like this, if you can get the melee lunge to lock onto them, it'll interrupt their animations. So like you can get the flying guys to land, you can get the land sharks to stop burrowing, you get the skeletons to stop casting. It's pretty cool. Yo, Thurston, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. You've been super generous. It means a lot.
She's just a girl and she's on fire.
Pre-sequel's a little slept on, to be honest. Introduced some important fun mechanics to the future of BL3 Wonderlands. I agree. Oz kits were really cool in both stats they gave and movement. Character design and skill trees in TPS was definitely a step forward. More like modern character design you see in things like, well, this game, of course, but other genres. Things like Destiny, even, where you have more, I don't want to say complex character progression, but more gameplay defining, if that makes sense. Oh, I am out of ammo. That's okay, we got more. What game is this? This is Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. It's the latest from Gearbox. If you've played a Borderlands game, this is a kind of like a Borderlands game-ish. It's a spin-off of the series. It's a game within a game within a game. So you're playing as someone who is playing a tabletop game in the Borderlands universe. There's lots of magic. There's lots of wacky, silly things because the Dungeon Master is a 13-year-old explosives expert. It's kind of a unique sentence. There's just a lot going on. Rainbow Bright, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate it. Yo, Hype Train, you guys are awesome. Thank you so much. Stone, thanks for giving us up to Pathy. Football lady, how are you, Pathy? Hey, Walnut. So many people get here. We on front page. Say hi to front page, chat.
But that takes years of training. Maybe I misjudged you. Maybe. But probably not.
So I love the Brr-Reaver manufacturer in this game. A unique thing that the Borderlands series has is the Brr-Reaver manufacturer, where instead of reloading the gun, you throw it and it does something weird. Well, in this game, since there's magic, instead of throwing a gun at someone's face and watching it explode, you throw a massive lightning bolt instead, or you make it grow wings and fly around and shoot, and all sorts of silly things like that. Thanks for the 1,000 bits, time I got back. Melee's just so satisfying, it really is. It flows well.
You have found a puzzle.
Oh, hey. Rune switch. I'll have to come back for that later. Yo, level 5 hype train already? You guys are crazy, thank you.
The coiled here will likely also be hostile because of what you did earlier with the chest, which would be a problem if you were as good a fighter as I am.
And if anyone here watching is curious about picking up this game, it is out worldwide right now. And if you use my affiliate link, it's there in the chat, !Wonderlands. I get a kickback, but also, because I'm a member of the content creation team, that affiliate link will enable you to get the Knights of Butt Stallion cosmetic pack. Which, if you've ever wanted a rainbow bicorn, it's not a unicorn, it's got 2 horns. If you've ever wanted that in your fantasy paladin trope type stuff, you can have that look from using that link. Shout out to 2K for that. There's a lot going on here. I need my cooldown. There we go. I'm kind of hurt. It's fine. It's fine. Wow, that was a lot of healing. Hey Naomi, how are you? Good melee means Rackstab equivalent. I stand this so bad. Yeah, one of these days I'm gonna have to dig into how we're doing Rackstab in this game. Okay, where am I spending this point? Another point in Dark Hydra is another companion for just damage. Let's do that.
What am I supposed to do?
Companion only runs should be a bit easier in this game. Yeah, the Wyvern for Clawbringer is actually pretty good at killing things. It's just the rest of the class. You're gonna have to work a little harder than the others. Not necessarily a bad thing. I'm really glad that they brought back some of the aggro manipulation mechanics from Borderlands 3, like the mushroom companion taunts. I love imagining Tina explaining the details of all these weapons at the D&D table. Yeah, exactly, the Cushman. There's so many things that really play into the fact that this is a tabletop game. For instance, earlier in the stream, we did a main story mission where the players started questioning Tina on her logic behind the thing, and she panicked and just threw enemies at them that she hadn't even taken the time to name. So the names of the enemies were just like, As a DM, I feel that, yeah. That was a unique enemy. I might die here. Oh, that was close. Unfortunate. I might need to go find a vendor and upgrade my ward. I need that second HP part, health part. Because Dire Sacrifice is this double-edged sword of, when I use it, I do damage, but I need to take damage to do damage. We'll get him this time. Rule of the Town 2 feels cozy. I like that it changes through your playthrough. Like, Brighthoof at the start of your playthrough looks totally different from Brighthoof later in your playthrough. Wait, did it die? Hey, we save framed. Yeah, it did die. Okay. So I did kill it, just not fast enough.
No, he's actually kind of growing up.
Graphics are a little intense. I'm running on pretty much medium settings right now.
No-nonsense, gruff demeanor. It's weirdly charming. I don't know why.
Yeah, me neither.
No, Choo Choo, thank you guys so much for the hype. Gonna try it, Spore Graveborn. Sounds like a good combo. Graveborn's just good. A lot of risk reward, a lot of powerful mechanics. And for anyone who ever felt like the Borderlands series was a bit too easy, this game has some elective difficulty settings that definitely amp up the challenge a little bit. So, nothing crazy, but intense difficulty, which I'm playing on right now, increases the penalties for not using the right element. So that core elemental rock, paper, scissors thing Borderlands is known for, is a bit more important in this game. Compared to previous games where you just kind of brute force it a little bit, you know? And I like that. I think that's good design to have that available as an option. You should always have the ability to make your game harder, right? You know if the anointment system is back? So, it's kind of under a different name this time, Thomas. It's the enchantment system. Much like Borderlands 3, you can have an extra sort of affix on your item in its own slot. And doing a certain action to fulfill the condition will give you that bonus. So, like, this is the enchantment I have on my ward. On spellcast, increase ability damage by 6% for 10 seconds. Enchantments are smaller in value than anointments. So, if you were ever put off by massive, multi-100% damage buffs in your anointment slot, that's not a thing in this game. So, you can rest a little easier there. Is there co-op play? Yes, and this is honestly one of the most fun co-op games I've seen in a while. The endgame activity of this game, the Chaos Chamber, has a lot of replay value, and it is very co-op friendly. So just getting in a lobby with a bunch of your friends and just grinding out Chaos Chambers, seeing what kinds of enemies the chamber's going to throw at you, seeing what kinds of modifiers you have to deal with, tackling the game's very difficult raid boss level encounters. You got to do little puzzles to unlock those bosses too. It's cool. There's a lot of stuff to do with friends. Hey, Prince of War. Kind of torn between Graveborn and Sporeborn for primary character. Which do you think would be better in the long run? I think currently Graveborn is probably at a higher level of power, but Sporeborn is really good, and I personally prefer Sporeborn in terms of my enjoyment. So I think there's no wrong answer there.
Unremarkable. Now, back to the ice cream.
Fuck yeah, you're welcome, Premium. It's definitely a good time with friends. Hey, Stones One, how you doing?
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Spy.
Qua 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 qua.
Qua 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 qua. Thank you so much, Spy, for the 8 months. It's good to see you. How are you? Decided to start with Clawbringer. Gotta say, this whole Thor's Hammer thing's a blast. The visuals of that action skill are so impressive. They managed to really nail the sense of impact you'd want from a skill like that.
So they interrupt the primary
So that's
ley
neat.
lines, feeding the Ice Tomb's enchantment. The ice is primed. Now shatter it and freeze Salissa's physical form.
This does not seem like a good idea. Why am I on fire? Oh, that's why I'm on fire. I was too scared of the Snake Lady. This isn't Dark Souls. Dark Souls Snake Ladies are your friends. Allegedly. Greyborn seems to be the high-risk, high-reward character. Would you say it's comparable to Flack in this aspect? Yes and no. Graveborn is high-risk, high-reward, but Graveborn also has the highest survivability potential. Like, you're spending your health for damage, but also you have the most healing. So, for example, this skill right here, Sanguine Sacrament, whenever the Fate Maker casts a spell, they regenerate health over a brief duration. 15% per second for 2 seconds every time you cast a spell. That's a lot. That's a lot. So it's kind of hard to actually die on Graveborn, which makes my death a few minutes ago entertaining. But, you know, make bad choices, game punishes you for it. I like that. Elden Ring variety has to happen sometime in the future, do you know it? I gotta upgrade my PC a bit before then. But I'm open to it. Day is Pog, and so is Game. Glad to see so much excitement for this game. Be lurking myself, want to say hello and show some love. I appreciate you, Spy. Thank you so much. So there's also a chain lightning chuck instead of the single bolt like this, where you get half the damage to enemies it chains to. And it is a spectacle. Haven't found many of those though. What's max level to release? Level 40. Ricky Wonka. Level 40 with 44 skill points. Demi-Lich is running around screaming.
All are welcome here. Please, follow me.
Love when my internet decides to only let me watch chat, not the stream. What did you do to your internet, Jack? It's probably your fault, knowing you. How are you, man?
I am the curator of the Shrine of the Goddesses, once known as the Traitor's Prison. Here, the 4 elemental locks are united in keeping the mind of wicked Salissa imprisoned within her statue.
Could you, stop them from doing that?
Oh, I need more coffee, chat. How do you take your coffee? For me, black, nothing in it. Just coffee.
Then please, feel free to tour the facility. I have some work to attend to.
You're in? Finally. The prophecy says your next task is taking a leap of faith into the darkness. Even you couldn't mess that up, right?
Ah, Hephaestia, goddess of
Leap into the darkness, huh?
wielder of the flame whip, Lashfang. It was she
Give him
who
this chest
lit the
first.
flame of consciousness in the coiled and brought our society out of the darkness.
Meh. No coffee? That's also an option. Black with nothing, black with cream, like my coffee in large amounts. Valid.
Congratulations! You didn't mess that up. Although I would have landed more gracefully. Now you must find the elemental crystals, which are the keys to unlock Salissa's mind prison.
French press, so it's strong as shit. Ooh. Good looks.
Look, as much as I just adore holding your hand through all of this, I've got beautiful women to sleep with and jealous husbands to avoid. Just follow the sight and figure it out. One down, 3 to go. I say this because at this point I assume you don't know simple math.
Wow, this guy is rude. Simple math is difficult, though.
What was that, Delilah? Oh, no, no. It's just some rube who would have doomed the world without my help. Oh, you're right. I am pretty heroic.
I love this guy's dialogue.
Numbers, go!
Ooh, after casting a spell, your gun and melee attacks have plus 12% critical chance for a short duration. Tempting. But not on that spell. I don't really care for that format of spell, personally. I'd want more charges, you know? Is this game cool? I think this game's great, Gilgamesh. A lot of replay value. You can do a lot of different builds. You got a cool character creator. There's a lot of different content you can throw yourself into. It's a good time. Enchantments aren't locked to endgame like annoyance. Yeah, they start showing up at level 15. And you can roll enchantments onto items that don't have them, if you happen to get a non-enchanted version of an item you're after.
Oh, she probably has it.
I will guard the fire crystal with my life.
Whatever, kill her.
C forever. C minus. Ice bite.
Oh. Don't want to get hit by that. He says right before he takes one to the chin. Cool. There we go. Ow. Hey.
It's time to deactivate the locks up above. That is, if you can figure out how to get back. Those crystals you gathered should unlock the secret.
How do you feel about the rerolls? I know it's generally mixed impressions. I think that there's a ways to go in balancing that out. I think that reroll costs should either be capped at a lower point, or maybe have the currency itself used for rerolling uncapped. Something like that. But I'm optimistic, and I'm not too pressed about it. Gearbox is good at tuning these things and taking feedback into account, so I'm really not worried.
She formed an alliance with Aphasia and Tibitha to grant a share of their power to the first viziers who shattered Salissa and imprisoned her mother in this very shrine. That is Aspheria, goddess of sand. She is known as the Judge, and her mighty mace, Shatterfist, is both her weapon and her gavel. It was she who passed judgment upon Salissa's many sins. Gentle Tibitha, goddess of air, who wields the great bow Skypiercer. So named because it is said that she created the constellations by shooting holes in the night sky.
Curator.
What disgust.
I somehow still forget my my character's cursed voice.
It's absolutely hilarious that you are attempting to bring us back. Love that for us. Anyway, catch us if you can.
No big bugs and just some stuff that needs tweaking. Gotta love it. Yeah, nothing's without issue, but they had a good launch. Game's good. Game's very playable. Runs very well. Like, I'm running this game on much higher settings than their last release. And it's running better than that one. So, they definitely put in work over time making sure this was optimized. And that's really good, because that'll be friendly for console players as well. I know there's a lot of you out there who play on console, and it can sometimes be discouraging with some of these newer games, especially with console shortages. But I feel like they took care of you this time.
Trapped in my
This shotgun ricocheting is so helpful for applying status effects. Playing on Xbox Series S, it's great. Hey, glad to hear it. Ooh, customization. Wants it. Oh, we got a full battery at some point. That's neat. Favorite that sigil. Don't need that. Don't need those either. Unlock more cosmetics. There's so many cosmetics to get in this game. Character creator really is an achievement. Love the sounds on this game. Sound design, as always, out of the park. I'm looking forward to going through everything off stream again, so I can turn up the music really loud. Because I want to hear more of that. Lucky dice, very important, chat. I'm always happy to find one of those. Really beautiful and in-depth maps, too. Yeah, and each of them feels different. Like, this is a sort of desert oasis type vibe. And then you have the desolate, dried-out ocean. The map with the pirates.
We can feel the locks upon our mind unlatching, which means we're done with this body. See you again soon.
You cannot escape my gaze.
That's a shame. You know, she would have been fine.
Oh, background process. Hang on. Why is that happening? Windows, you stop that. You stop that right now. So you're not already working on an Object Explorer? Yeah, that sounds like you.
So that one's really on you. See that?
Does sound like you.
Salissa's power is returned. But there is one more task before we can fully resurrect her. We must now focus all her aspects into one, using the legendary weapon, Tide Sorrow. Salissa's trident. Yes, like a trident, but two. Trident, Bob. Let your magical sight lead the way to the labyrinth.
I love Dire Sacrifice. So satisfying.
The history of the labyrinth is lengthy and impressive. It is said that in order to retrieve the key to enter, you must...
Must what? Must what?
Launch is such a weird time. New faces you've never seen before coming in. Some you're used to hiding from spoilers. Can't wait for some science streams. Yeah. Difference between gray and red health bars. Gray is bone. It's vulnerable to frost, and red is flesh, which is vulnerable to fire.
What the hell are we supposed to do now? Hey, baby, it's cool. It's all good. I can think on my feet. Just get to the labyrinth of no escape and also endless torment. And stop asking questions.
Can do.
Spy appreciation thread, absolutely.
Ice Bite.
I cannot stress enough that I am not running on super high settings right now. And like, this area still looks beautiful. I like that the map design no longer has to accommodate vehicles in the way Borderlands games did. And that lets them do some really interesting subtle things in terms of how you approach exploring an area. I think that's a fantastic touch.
Well, that was quick. Now, to open the door, you must recite the following exactly. Clautunamius Baradadum Nictorium.
Okay. Krampus Birdie Nippledum.
That's close.
You definitely summoned the Guardians within, who will definitely kill you.
That was close.
Nice one. If by some miracle you survive, find the Bible.
The Labyrinth of No Escape and also Endless Torment. Ooh.
Was like 10 feet away, and all we had to do was recite some gibberish nonsense words.
Hey, Scrunt.
Valentine.
I spent 3 hours last night getting Wonderlands and multiplayer to work in Linux, and happy to report success. Hey, very nice. Thank you for the Prime and the 1 year as well. I appreciate you.
Words have power.
And, you working your tech magic as always. Love to see it.
Yeah, I guess they do.
Yes. Yes. Come, my hapless curse breaker. Free me from this eternal thirst.
We're gonna have to fight the scary thirsty lady, aren't we?
Maybehaps, Tomodachi. Now, shh.
For so
Overworld pop into battle is really seamless. It blew my mind. I like the overworld, just everything about it. Some people have said they don't like the encounters, the random ones, but like you can reject the encounters. When the enemies are running up to you, you just punch them and then it says, oh, okay, never mind. So complete player control. I love it.
Oh, yes. Ever dying, yet never dead. Come to me. Break my chains. Only then shall one have that which one
Yeah, don't mind the hiccup. My PC is kind of screaming at me in the background. It decided it needs to update very urgently. I have to kind of cancel that. Look at that healing fighting the fire dot. There's something hypnotic about watching your health bar move around on Graveborn. Hey, Blues. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Holy. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. 20 gifted subs. That's amazing. If you got gifted a sub by Blues, show some love if you're available. Thank you so much, Blues. That's awesome of you.
You survived. I'm actually shocked,
on fire.
but all right. Grab the bident.
I have waited so long.
Sounds like the ancient demon fiend.
Head change second class. You have to complete the story, and then the game will give you a tutorial on how to change the class. I need something better at dealing with wards. Some better lightning damage sources. I think I'll be okay. Yo, Stone, thank you for the 200 bits. I appreciate it.
Take the bident.
I've got all the magic I need.
By the way, it's very, very cursed. Pretty sure I mentioned that. Anyway, I'll meet you back at Silice's Eternal Wellspring. Don't delay.
Chose the wrong second class. Looks like I'm expecting spell shot to finish the story. No big deal. It's another advantage of the story being satisfying but not overly long.
The shattering ritual. It will resurrect her. I guess I'll give you the honor of fighting beside me, but hear me when I say
girl
this.
and she's on
Not
fire.
get in my
There you go,
way.
Quack.
not that vendor.
Girl and she's on fire. There you go, quick.
Keeping an eye out for those ×4 SMGs. They really a game changer. How does this compare to what we're using?
There you go, quick.
Lose the ability damage, but it's Hyperius versus Pangoblin. That's why the capacity of this was so much better.
There you go, quick.
Max health. No, not advantageous.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, quick.
How does this one compare? Spell crit chance, move speed.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, quick.
Choo 2x2.
There's the alert. Yeah, no, that's worth taking. Even though it's not mechanically different, it's just bigger numbers for what I'm doing. That's helpful for right now, at least. Hey, level up. Let's go.
The better the loot. A poetry page walks upon the wind.
She's on fire. There you go, quick.
There's poetry here. Oh yeah.
I met a fair cyclops while drinking. I think we were both quite enamored.
She's on fire.
For the rest of that poem, simply walk through the leggy legs to the tavern in Brighthoof.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, quick.
Okay, where are we putting the skill point? More points than Ascension is a lot more health. That's very tempting. But Punishment is a chance, basically a 20% chance for our Demi-Lich's output to spike really hard whenever we cast spells, which is something we do pretty often. I think it's hard to give up Ascension right now, because every bit of max health is really advantageous. Is that an upgrade? No dark magic damage on it. Frost damage Berserker power is just a good combo. Action skill cooldown rate's nice, but ultimately I need the dark magic damage on the amulet I'm using right now more. More.
Bet you wish you turned away.
Kind of wanted to bust some balls about today being a big viewer day, encouraging some new people and maybe some old ones seem more appropriate. I appreciate that. That's super supportive of you. Yeah, it's a big day. Wonderland's launched Twitch front page. Love to see it.
At least I had time to drink my potions and oil my blades. Now we head to the rooftop.
I'm just glad to see the game getting as much exposure as it is. The community has just been doing really well. Got a lot of new people who are interested in the game. And for those of you who are new to this kind of thing, who are sitting in, the Borderlands/Wonderlands Twitch directory is just one of the most welcoming on the platform. You just have some genuinely kind people in here, and it's good vibes all around.
Are you ready to bear witness to the greatest monster slayer of all time at the top of his game?
No spoilers for me. Have a good stream. Kick some ass. Thanks, Swin. Take it easy.
Place the Vidant into the pedestal and prepare yourself.
It's awesome to see even Ko is playing. Ooh, nice.
Wicked Salissa. It is I, the undefeated monster slayer, Garrett of Trivia. Hear my name well.
Garrett of Trivia. Love it.
I stand ready to prove to the world that even a goddess can bleed.
Wow, you're really a stupid
It's a front page cutie I see. Hey Chad, how you doing?
And when you are slain,
Ooh. That's rough, buddy. I saw it coming, didn't make it any easier. Windows, stop. I need these frames to see the boss attacks, lol. Dire Sacrifice is so cool. Drink every time Quag says that. Drink water, chat. Hydration. We're in a desert after all, see? First time I'm clicking on a stream with front page at ages, I'm glad I'm dead. Hey, that's amazing. Thank you so much. I don't have words to describe how much that means. I could say something big or meaningful, but honestly, I'm just happy to make your day a little better. Ooh, next phase. Left shark? Is there a right shark? There is a right shark. Was. Oh, you resist that. Okay, what do I do weapon-wise? We could use drills. Okay, that works. Hey, Twaddle, thank you so much for the prime. I appreciate it. Lots of people on the platform, you chose me, means a lot. That's another thing I really like about this game. The bosses have mechanics, but in a way that people are used to Borderlands-style bosses. They can still adapt to. Like, there's a lot of movement to the fights. And that's one of the advantages of this being a new IP rather than directly a Borderlands game. Is they can make these creative steps without too much pushback. Got a great attitude, great content, happy to use it here. Thank you so much.
Did he say it's cursed, though?
Yep.
Where's that cosmetic? There it is. Also, my ring situation. I haven't swapped out my ring in a while. Oh. Okay, this one has gun damage. Spell crit damage, melee crit chance, spell radius. I'm not really using too much fire damage. This is ability damage, dark magic efficiency, ability critical hit damage. Maybe we go with this one, because if my Dire Sacrifice crits, that's good damage. But I'd lose gun damage switching to that. Maybe I'll stick with this for now, because it has ability crit chance.
Wait, are we really stuck with this cursed Biden thing? I don't like that.
Nah, you can just sell it. That is, if you don't care about keeping Celissa from getting all her big bad powers back and drowning the world or whatever.
Not particularly, no.
Huh? Then you do you, baby. Now, descend to the Eternal Wellspring / throne room to meet your adoring public. Let's hear it for the hero.
Oh, what up, friends? And work, please come soon. I want to play more. Happy little corner of the internet, and Quag's one of the nicest and knowledgeable folks I know. You guys are too kind.
Influence of Celissa. Many of our sisters will still be in an unrivaled
Demi-Lich just rolling.
But some of us have been saved that fate. Thanks to you. You have our gratitude.
That was a cool quest. I hadn't done that one before. That was a lot of fun. Went through a lot of areas. So what do we get? Tide Sorrow, Lament of the Seas. Buried deep beneath the waves. Tide Sorrow. Melee attacks apply a lightning status effect. Affected enemies have a 15% chance to be struck by a lightning bolt periodically. So that sounds like a guaranteed status effect, which would go well with what I'm doing. Unfortunately, I'd have to choose between Tide Sorrow and Caustic. And Caustic is increasing the chance of all my status effects and their damage. Plus it swings a bit faster. So I'm going to favorite this so I don't forget it's there. I'll use that on another setup, I think. Okay, let's go back to the overworld. Does that melee weapons affect just the upcoming Vertigo shards? Maybe. Ooh, lucky die. So this is another thing that I really enjoy in terms of the story progression in this game. Every main story area you go to, it's gonna ask you to bump up a few levels. Some of the gaps are larger than others, and we were under-leveled when we first came over here. This is a level 27 area. We were 22, I believe. So we're still a bit under-leveled, but there's plenty of side stuff in the area for us to do, and the game just kind of gently reminds you, hey, you're a bit under-leveled, there's some stuff over here you might want to do. Gives you a lot of control over how you want to progress, and if you want to just beat your face against content above your level, you can. They fully allow you to do that. But the side content is extremely enjoyable, so I do not mind going through it.
Strange bedfellows and all that.
How did Lorelei turn into Paladin Mike is what I want to know. Paladin Mike is Lorelei's character, Tom Nasty. So, Tina mentions that she was talking to a barista online and really liked their character and got permission to use them in her game. That was a tanky one. I'm gonna be sad when this this bow is too underleveled. It's too fun. Melee items with action skill cooldown bonuses help spellshot for running ambidextrous. Sadly not, Spawnazzar. Although perhaps not sadly, because one spellshot's powerful enough. But two, that's part of the trade-off of running ambidextrous. So when you're running ambidextrous, you give up everything tied to having an action skill or being able to use an action skill in exchange for that extra spell slot. And that extra spell slot even means another enchantment slot, so that's a bunch of extra potential power from your gear. And it's a trade-off situation. And I think trade-offs are interesting game design when implemented well. Specializing in one area at the expense of another makes your choices meaningful. And in case you guys were wondering how long it takes to finish the story or around what level you do, my first playthrough, I finished only a couple levels ahead of where I am now, but there's still a decent little chunk of the story left. I've just done so many more side things this run. I can't help myself, they're too good. As my community can assure any of the new people here, I'm more of an endgame content kind of guy. I generally don't spend too much time doing side quests for content. But this game, they're so good that it just won me over. Instead of beelining for the end and doing the hardest stuff, I'm just enjoying the journey. I think having elevated difficulty during the playthrough helps a lot with that. because playing on intense difficulty is definitely noticeable, and I like that experience. More options for more players is a good game design. Ooh, we got a 20 on that die. Nice. Are enchantments as oppressive as they were in BL3? In terms of number values, no. Acquiring the specific enchantment you're after can be a bit difficult, but fortunately the values are smaller, so it matters less.
What complex tectonic mechanics are occurring even now beneath our feet? These were the questions asked by Nullifer, the only geologist.
We progress save if I did stuff in someone else's game? I believe so.
Insurance fraud.
Did I die over there? Yeah.
The more the dice, the better the loot.
Dungeon over here. Oh, I can't quite get up there yet. Interesting input, friend.
What's he trying to say?
He says he's lost his eye. He last saw it nearby.
That rhymes. I do like rhymes.
Getting a real contains a shrine piece vibe in that dungeon over here. A poetry page walks upon the
Got it, thanks. You're very welcome.
I get asked all the time, is it true what they say about poets? And I must confess.
Did you like that poem? You can hear the rest of it at the Tavern in Kaiser.
Good barrel. Yes, cat. Look at this boy. Look at this boy. In first run for spell shot, anything I should look out for, early game items or things I should do? A personal favorite, item-wise, look out for ×4 and ×5 SMGs. They're quite powerful. Just on all characters. Just a good thing to have.
Some spells.
Frost SMGs are nice. They definitely are. Frost feels great in this game. Any spell type's good for early, you suggest? If you happen to find a Calamity with the part that makes it fall slowly, those last you a really long time. Like, you can use a very out-leveled one. I had a level 6 one that was still killing at level 21. There's also Arc Torrents. If you can get a channeling cast Arc Torrent. Those are very useful. I know it's a slow drop kind. It tells you at the bottom. Calamity's so much fun. They really are, Felicia. They're great. How are you, by the way?
His vision gets worse the farther away he goes from his eye. He says
Arc Torrent channel with Lightning Bolt. Yeah, they're so good.
Time erodes all things. The forest will inevitably retake the field.
Multi-projectile ice spikes are really good as well.
Help me advance science. Have you noticed that great and terrible thing in the sky?
The sun? Big, hot, yellow.
So you know it too. I must be the one.
Reject random encounters. Channeling cast Arc Torrent, write that down.
its burning effects on the skin. But I I require the juice of a special cactus. Go to
I need to
the
test out
spiky
repeating cast Arc Torrent at endgame. Because if that triggers spell effects the way I hope it does, that's going to be really useful. That's a lot of activations with no real need for investment into spell cooldowns. Totally didn't notice the time until like 2 AM last night. Yeah, this game is one of those that you lose track playing. It has dominated my schedule for weeks. And I'm so happy that people get to experience it. Finished volunteering at kids' school, did my workout time to reward myself with Wonderlands play. That is a just reward. You enjoy, Urban Mech. The environments are just so beautiful. There's so much variety to them. There's so much color. You guys remember, this comes up a lot nowadays with how colorful games are now, but you guys remember about, let's say, 2006 through maybe 2013, 2012, where games just didn't have color palettes? Just kind of grays and browns and kind of bleak, which is appropriate thematically for some games, but having the vibrant colors like this game has, it makes you feel more immersed. Demilich spent a lot of time dead? Not really. I'd say out of the 3 class feat pets, Demilich is in the middle in terms of the amount of time spent dead. I'd say Mushroom Companion spends the most time dead, but with a little bit of investment into your gear, you can even prevent that. Do I have bugs saying it's dead? Yeah, it's a known issue. Demilich is alive right now. Happens sometimes.
Now get back to the cactus and pick it up. Watch your fingers.
Gun damage, dark magic efficiency, pistol mag size, shotgun reload speed. It's trying, but I think I'll leave that one on the ground for now.
Nature is as beautiful as she is deadly, yes? Return to me. I must complete my cream.
So something we haven't done on this character yet either is, if you go back to earlier game areas of the overworld, methods of progression that we didn't have before, that we've earned in the story since, help you get to things you didn't have access to earlier, like shrine pieces, shrines themselves, dice, other collectibles, side missions. It's a nice little, Metroidvania is the term. Aspect. Rewarding backtracking. Take another stack of Ascension, I believe. Yeah. Let's increase that Constitution more. This is a good method of damage to rely on because it won't be as affected by me being under-geared in terms of level. Because the ability damage is just going to go up. I can invest into it more, but it's still going to stay relevant. level 26, only slightly under-leveled for that next area. Let's do one more mission, though.
Come here, wuss. I've never lost a fight. Oi, wanna know my secret? Anytime someone comes at me, I throw sand in their face and run away.
That's rude.
99% success rate it is, but I can do better. I want to throw a whole sandstorm at them. I just need a bag of containing so I can carry a metric butt-ton of sand, don't I? There's one in the ruins of the Fallen King, but I can't carry enough sand to get through that place.
Really want to get through the story, but I keep obsessively looking for dice everywhere so I can get good blue and purple drops to make the first playthrough engaging. The first playthrough will be engaging even without those dice. That's Mount Azra. I can tell you that my first playthrough was when loot luck was weaker, and I did not care much about the dice. And I still found more than enough interesting and engaging things to fill my time with. So I don't think you need to worry about it as much. Grab the dice here and there, the ones in your path, maybe spend a couple minutes per level looking, but don't burn yourself out looking for them. You can always wait for a guide to come out, or just go back and look for them later, after you've completed the story.
Piss off to the hereafter.
There's a few dice that are easier to get with some movement speed stuff, and it's easier to get movement speed at higher levels. This might be bad. I think I can recover this. Maybe, maybe not. Oh, we're good, we're good. It's close. Loot luck is specific to each character, right? Not tied to my overall count? Yes, it is character specific. Think about doing Graveborn Spell Shot. Extremely powerful combo, Mars Demented. Extremely powerful. I'd say if you're looking to get the most damage out of spells, that is a very safe bet. And that healing off Dark Magic against multiple enemies. I really do like how Dark Magic is tuned in this game. An issue I've had with some other games is lifesteal mechanics. Getting a percentage of your damage dealt back as health instantly. It's not nearly as engaging as something like this, where Dark Magic, you're benefiting from multiple enemies. It's not as powerful against a single target, meaning you need to think more against, say, boss fights. It's got travel time for the health return to you. The orbs have to get back to you. Meaning your positioning matters. And it's just very thoughtful. I really do enjoy the design of Dark Magic element. And since Graveborn specializes so heavily with it, that is definitely a notch in Graveborn's column as well. Mass Effect references in my game, I'll take it. their reference game in Wonderlands was amazing. A lot of pop culture stuff. Rex, Shepard.
Bloody hell, there it is! The bag of containing. Bring it back here.
Should I bother with the sphere self-cast spells? Try them out. Experimentation. You don't need to write things off as early as a playthrough. With this many different items and spells, something's got to use somewhere. And you won't know until you try. I always love experimenting with different items I find. Some of them have surprised me. There's some stuff I would not have thought I'd have liked until I tried it.
I'm gonna need a lot of sand. Yeah.
Hey, Silent.
I'm gonna go pick a fight.
Yeah, we had Twitch front page today.
The baleful angles of the Vatu language are evident in their architecture. The walls of Asugol inscribing a rune of power into the very ground. The exact translation is still unclear, as every linguist who has successfully laid eyes on the true meaning of Vatu script is rewarded for their efforts by having their souls eaten by the words themselves, consumed by their work.
Look at the little Hydra guys. They're going in, they're doing their thing. They actually do good damage. Beautiful. How's the playthrough so far in this build? Having fun? Absolutely. Dire Sacrifice is extremely fun to build around. It's been very enjoyable. It's like when an enemy dies, you go to the Scientist Solarian. The thing with that is the Scientist Solarian thing is a reference to another thing, so it probably is just referencing the same thing that Mass Effect is, Tendermandus. But still, it's fun to interpret it the other way as well. Love Dire Sacrifice as much as I thought I was going to. Also, I'm dying to it as much as I thought too. It's fine. It's the price of cool animation. See, my head says, it's a brimming shield, I want that. Regarding skill tree progression, my head says Graveborn Capstone, but Berserker Capstone with Dire Sacrifice, if there's enough density, you might be able to spam Dire Sacrifice, like chain it between packs of mobs, which sounds amazing. I hit the spin to win action skill in front of a bunch of shooty enemies and it was a bad time, wouldn't suggest. Oh no. Yeah, there's a bunch of action skills I've not messed around with yet. Much yet? What? Words. Brain ceases to work. I do want that launcher. I've replaced brain with Wonderland. Blast gasp is scary. Yeah, it's really yeah. Yeah.
I've got all the magic I need.
$848k shock versus bone, no buff boy. Sounds right. Five hours later, still waiting on my truck to be done. Oh, I'm sorry, okay. This is a tanky one. What do you resist? You're resisting frost. Where's this lightning? Oh, visual effects, please. Right side's work today, so no work today, so more Wonderlands time. Let's go. Oh, I was just not paying attention. That was close. We're making progress. Okay, we thinned them out a bunch. We've got pretty good stacks. Let's experiment more. See how poison does against you. That's not bad. Yeah, like that. Oh no, your life's stealing off me. Okay, it just healed the full off of me. That's so awkward. Okay. I need to approach that differently. Sure do love me some flying enemies. Luckily, you do have counters to them. Like, you could melee it to make it land. I'm in a situation where I've let my gear stagnate for a few levels. And it's starting to catch up with me. I might go down here. I'm good. It's starting to catch up with me. Also, I'm intense and I'm not really matching elements. Hey Nepsy, how you doing? Stop life stealing. I'm gonna have to play very passively to get this thing to die without healing off of me. Cause it's healing, I'm healing. We're a bit of an impasse. So I gotta start playing like a coward. Spider-Man pointing me, but it says lifesteal. Yeah. Oh, let me move. No, it hit me. No, you land. Get back down.
Enemy in my sights.
Hey, Mr. Epic Me, how you doing? Melee interrupting animation is so useful. Hey, we got it. Ooh. That required some IQ plays, but we did it. Doing good. Had too much fun with Wonderlands last night, forgot to sleep. Yeah, it really do be like that. Currently having a blast playing Wonderlands. Let's go. I am doing the same.
That's the last piece for the Shrine of RNG. I got a shrine piece for you.
Oh, all the shrine pieces of RNG. Go slot that in. Get that bonus. I do still need to complete several of the other shrines, but I'll have time for that.
RNG would surely grant you luck in your endless hunt for loot. You complete
That's a luck buff. That's a big deal.
RNG, patron god of loot, ensures that chests and enemies alike will drop better stuff.
I'm gonna do this random encounter. I need just a little bit of XP. So no mail system sends stuff between friends like BO3. Want to send you a stupidly cracked level 10 spell? Well, there's mail. I guess you can't send between friends. I never really bothered to check. There's trading. and full cross-platform, so you can still hand gear off, just gotta do it in person. A little more inconvenient at times, but oh well. Yeah, I had a level 6 Calamity spell that carried me into the 20s. So you cross the ocean. Yeah, we're pretty late game right now. Pretty late game. Gotta go make and eat food. Stop playing, just AFK here in chat. Thanks for hanging out, boys. I do appreciate it. Get food. Food's important. I should do the same at some point, but I got some crackers. That's technically a meal, right? It's food. Lack of legendary items is kind of sad until you get enough luck. Chaos Chamber gives you a lot, even without much luck.
Soon the soul energy will all be mine. You understand what it is, right? Soul energy is wonder itself. Every mountain, every ocean, every pissy little goblin. They're held together by the imagination of a tyrannical tweenager. Well, if it can make entire worlds, it can unmake them. I'm gonna take this madhouse prison, this Wonderlands, and I'm gonna free us all from her control.
The Wastard said the pyramid is surrounded by a city of the dead. We'll have to find a way in.
That's such a Wonderland sentence. The Wastard said the pyramid, and it's just normal. Only level 11, haven't played them that much. Well, a common criticism of previous games is that you shouldn't really be getting that many legendaries at level 11, and I don't disagree with that. I've gotten 4 legendaries so far on this playthrough. Yeah, we've gotten 4, and we're level 26. That's without farming, so that seems fine. You go back and get all the dice. If you'd like to just enjoy your first playthrough without worrying about the dice, you could do that and then, do the dice later. The ranking the dank part got me laughing. Yeah.
Power necessary to emerge triumphant. It is close now. It need only be taken up by heroic hands.
Max level is 40 though, you're more than halfway through your playthrough. Only 4 legendaries, and I don't like that. Well, that's just how every game before 3 was. And playthrough is the part of the game where you don't need legendaries. In fact, it's the part of the game where, it's the only part of the game where you're really going to be too concerned with the likes of greens and stuff. And if you're getting legendaries at the same time as you're getting greens, you're not going to use the greens. So I don't mind it being this way. Now, endgame being abundant in legendaries, totally down for that, because endgame needs that extra level of power. So, that's fine. But I like... The rates feel good right now for for earlier games, in my opinion at least. Hey Levels, how are you today? How's the game compared to BL3 at the moment? So, in terms of launch to launch, if you look at launch BL3 and look at launch Wonderlands, Wonderlands has way more just replay value. Like, the Chaos Chamber has insane replayability. The story is structured in such a way and at such a length that I just want to do a bunch of playthroughs. A bunch. And the core gameplay is extremely fun. Now, I'm someone who personally liked BL3. Not everyone did, and that's okay. But I put over 6,000 hours into BL3. And Wonderlands is already competing with the slot of favorite for me. Just in all aspects. Playthrough, environment, unique items, endgame, just everything. Let's come natural for me since I'm exploring everything I see. That also rhymed. Visual pollution being removed in Wonderlands is actually making the game better in BL3 for me. Yeah, the less visual pollution is great. What class that you're playing? I am playing the Graveborn, and I multi-classed into the Berserker, so I'm playing both of these at the same time. So that's what Brr-Reaver over by my health bar means. Each of the multi-class combinations has a cute little name. Like Clawbringer and Berserker is Hamberserker. Berserker and Graveborn is Brr-Reaver. You can play two classes at once? Yes, you can multi-class. You progress the story a little bit and you unlock the ability to spec into a second class. Your primary class is fixed at character creation, but your secondary one you get later and you can change at a certain point. After you complete the story, you can change your second class freely. Man, when this ice spike crits, it hits hard. Stab on spell is Trap Scallion. I don't know why people find that so funny. Man, someone's blasting music outside. One went by on the main road and, like, it hurt my ears. Level 27, let's go. Hey Levels, thank you for the tier 1. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Keep going down here. We can get 4 out of 3 Ascension because we do have some from our class mod. How many do we have on our class mod? Our armor. We have 1 Ascension. Okay. 8% health per stack. 10 stacks. That's so much health. Thanks for the help. Appreciate it. Hey, my pleasure. With hero points, do you tend to invest where the class is deficient or invest more in what the class specializes? I tend to specialize, because if you focus too much on rounding out edges and trying to do everything at once, then you'll be okay, but you won't be efficient at anything. Like, for example, I have negative spell cooldown because of my background choice. and I'm not investing hero points there because other stuff is way more important to me. In particular, this max HP. And of course the crit stuff comes next after that. An ability cooldown for my Dire Sacrifice. Just fair warning for anyone concerned about spoilers. There's nothing for a little bit, but we're getting closer to the end of the game. There's still stuff to go, but we're definitely late game.
Then your path is through the Hall of Heroes. I know it well, though I was too weak to reach it. Come this way. When I heard
Passing into Graveborn, not specifically Spell Shot. I'm not playing Spell Shot at all. I am playing Graveborn Berserker. Ooh, area damage on this one. This has an extra point in Ascension as well, right? Ability, ooh, that's really good. Look at that, 5 out of 3 Ascension, 10% per stack. That's so strong. And we still got points into Blood Frenzy. That's sick. My bad, you're all good. So far in like 5 hours of playtime, found a single legendary shield. I think that's good. Legendaries come more easily at endgame. Particularly the Chaos Chamber, seriously. I'm a big proponent of BL3's approach of giving you a bunch of legendaries to compensate for massive part variance. I think more drop rates in BL3 is a good thing. You know, there's some people who don't feel that way. But I also like the drop rates in this game post-fix. They did address some feedback, and they corrected, or at least mitigated, some of the loot luck issue. And they specifically adjusted some things in the Chaos Chamber's loot distribution as well, which already felt good, and they changed it, and now it feels great. So, I wouldn't worry too much about itemization. And trust when I say Chaos Chamber is good at getting you loot. Can't watch because spoilers, but I love you and this game is amazing. Same to you, Carter, and it is. It is. Appreciate you stopping in. Phone's going a lot. Okay, we're good. Low drop per playthrough is fine as long as it's a place you can farm for perfect part items reasonably. Not even perfect parts, just like specific parts. That's the thing. Perfect part maybe should be difficult, but specific parts, like if you want 1 to 2 things on an item to be a particular way, yes, that should be achievable. And Chaos Chamber gives you a way of target farming categories of items. So, like, you can do a Chaos Chamber run and then dump all your crystals into, hey, give me SMGs. And I quite like that. Is this running the game at Ultra? No, I'm actually mostly on, like, medium settings. There's a couple categories at Ultra, like I put draw distance up. Character quality is high. Most texture-related things, but in terms of lighting and stuff, I tend to roll very low settings, excuse me, for lighting effects and the like. So the game can look even better than how it looks now. I don't have a particularly modern PC. This rig was built in 2017. And I'm still able to run with pretty good performance. I run with an FPS counter, so you can see it in the top right. 120 cap. And I'm maintaining 60 plus almost all the time. While streaming, even. Specs, I don't have a command for it, but I have a 1070 for my GPU, and I have an i7 7700K with 16 gigs of RAM. That's the relative stuff. I had FPS in the low 40s at max foliage, but I dropped that in volumetric fog. Now enjoying 90 plus. Highly recommend dropping a couple settings you won't even notice. Yeah, fog and foliage in almost every game I play, I do drop those. Any depth of field and bloom type stuff, I tend to do that as well. I do recommend you have draw distance up because the environments are beautiful and you want to see them, like those cool background shots. And the enemies waiting for you in areas as you discover them. Makes it feel more like an adventure, you know?
You're looking for trouble, you found it. Rough dagger! That's for making me look at you. Could a cat have done that? I think not.
You know sort of what the story is yet? Is it still going for vaults or something else? So it's got nothing to do with vaults. The framing device for the story is that Tiny Tina is she's dungeon master for a game of bunkers and badasses. So she is running a tabletop campaign for a couple other characters, and the character we're controlling right now is the player character of one of the people playing Tina's game. So this is a world in her imagination. We're just playing through a campaign she thought up. Bonkers and badasses. Hey, some old guy. How are you today? Always good to see you. Attack's so satisfying. Draw, you mean like field of view setting? No, I mean draw distance. Distance at which things will render in. I do increase field of view as well, though. I think I'm running on 110 FOV at the moment. Hope we see takedowns again. They could just call them raids this time for the setting. That'd be neat. I agree. Seeing something like that would be very cool. Butt to jaw. You want to get torn butt to jaw, chat? Very bad proving grounds. Chaos Chamber kind of covers that niche. Seriously, Chaos Chamber, you're gonna love it, Silent. Trust. Trust, trust, trust. It is absolutely your vibe. I enjoyed 2 and 3, but not pre-sequel. You think I'd enjoy Tina's? Absolutely. Absolutely. It's Various, how you doing? Hey, Juicette. If I want to get torn butt to jaw, I'll just eat something that makes my acid reflux worse. That would also do it. Thanks for the help again. Gonna buy it now? Oh, that's awesome. I'm super glad that you're interested in that levels. If you do Exclamation Point Wonderlands, that will spit out my affiliate link. If you happen to go through that link, I do get a kickback. courtesy of 2K. But also, if you were to feel adventurous and go for the Chaotic Great Edition through an affiliate link, you get some extra cosmetics in the game that you can't get through any other means. But any use of my affiliate link does benefit me.
Roadblock has gonna have to go through the ancient catacombs. Oh no!
Tina, are you padding out the campaign so that we'll stay here and play bunkers and badasses with you?
No. The ancient catacombs are an integral part of
Let's download the game. Can't wait to start. For us in Italy, no dub though. Oh, there's no Italian dub? I didn't know that. That's unfortunate.
With all this soul energy flowing to me, I can create all sorts of new nightmares. This city was built by a civilization of advanced...
Is that Andy Samberg? Yep. One of the players of the game is voiced by Andy Samberg. Another one is voiced by Wanda Sykes. And the villain of the campaign, the Dragon Lord, is voiced by Will Arnett. So you got some celebrity power in this game. So that's Will Arnett talking right now.
Actually, a pretty good gig if you can get it.
For the first time in the series, even unfortunate. At least the English dub is cool. Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't know there wasn't an Italian dub. It's unfortunate. It's possible that you know, it's yet another thing that thing from 2020 affected localization for that. I suppose technically that thing from 2019, but you know. We live in a pandemic society. Sucks. The fact that they did a lot of this development like during COVID is really impressive. Some of the messages from the devs, like in the credits in this game, very emotional stuff. I really do admire the work they put into this project. When a game leads on voice acting for comedy, it's good to get people to know what they're doing. Yeah, it's hard to beat the comedic timing of the people that they got. And of course, we have the utmost confidence in Ashley Birch, and we're used to her work as Borderlands fans. But having Andy Samberg, Wanda Sykes, and Will Arnett playing off of her is just, it works really, really well. Ow, that's fire. Fire does burn you. I should stop being burned by that. Can I make that jump? I'ma try. Almost flubbed it.
You're feeling luckier, Mamacita.
Fire indeed hot. Big if true.
Does it bother you to know there were fate makers before you? All heroes of their own.
Ow. I did not avoid that trap.
They just played her game and went through the motions.
I hope that for BL4 or whatever, they'll bring back the Italian dub. I mean, very good and famous voice actor for the series. I'm hopeful that they'll be able to work that out as well. An attempt was made. Yeah.
Take these creations of mine. They exist only to do my bidding. And when they fail, I'll just make 100 more. Because they're disposable. Like you.
Getting lucky.
Zombie being the main enemy category makes cryo non-negotiable, but unlucky. There's a lot of areas where you're fighting flesh enemies, so you can use fire instead. There's not too much armored, but honestly, I don't mind that with how much, by the end of Borderlands 3's life cycle, everything was armored. speaking of, I probably shouldn't say the end of Borderlands 3's lifecycle, because they've not stopped support for that game. In fact, with the launch of Wonderlands, they added a gun into BL3. If you just have it automatically in your mail, if you have both games. You can farm it from Anathema, the Guardian Takedown, if you want it through other means. Engineer Cyclops, that's good. Season Pass available for this game already too. Yeah, and they put out a trailer for the Season Pass content. They've given us some hints as to what's in there. They've said there's a 7th character class in the Season Pass, and some new bosses, some endgame challenges, lots of stuff. Definitely looking forward to that. We're getting the first Season Pass content drop in April. Man, I just love that right there. We used our action skill to launch the guy, and then we balked him mid-air. Just synergies. Using different core gameplay features together and making them flow like that. It's not easy to design combat around that kind of thing, like juggling multiple mechanics. And even well-established games and developers can get it wrong. But they got it right here. Engineer is quite a stretch. Can we get a game, boo? Honestly, I really hoped, because it was Tina's game, you'd be able to play as Roland, Borderlands 2 characters. She loved them so much. Guess it was just my hope being able to play Berserker again. Well, one of the classes, Spell Shot, is able to dual-wield spells. So if you enjoyed dual-wielding for Salvador, you can dual-wield spells in this game. It's a nice callback. You can even... there's a full character creator in this game. Full customization. So you can make your character look like Salvador, I'm sure. This is what my cursed creation looks like, and you can do lots of stuff. You have full control. If you've ever used a like a Dark Souls or an Elder Scrolls character creator, similar level of nightmare fuel possible. What's the new BO3 gun called? It's the TNTina. It is an item that was unavailable until this update.
An enormous arcane device has been erected before the hexed entrance to the Hall of Heroes. It's got a fancy name with a lot of syllables, but basically, it's a giant sweet-ass magic laser that you can use to blow open the barrier hex.
Story spoilers incoming soon, by the way. Just for a boss fight. Soon. Not right this moment, but incoming. I should have healed before using Dire Sacrifice there. Okay.
This is your reward.
Hopefully Lululemon has support with this game. Yeah, hopefully. There's lots of community resources, such as, if you're familiar with the Vault Hunter Hub, there's going to be lots of work put into Fate Maker Hub. But of course Lululemon is an invaluable community resource.
And you shall find them to the east and wibbles of the
There's going to be lots of people making our lives lots easier with community support for this game. Going into Wonderlands, the community is just... I haven't seen them be like this going into another game, and that's a really good sign. Are you gonna add Wonderland's resource thread in your Discord? Already exists. Already exists. Wonderland's theory crafting is still in its very early stages, so that channel will get more filled out. But currently there's a graph of the elemental matchups using information from Lazy, compiled and put in a lovely graphic by Felicia. It's the first of many things.
Are you stupid enough to
Drop list in progress. Figuring out drop sources is gonna be something that takes time. We have ideas on which things come from where, but that's gonna take some time. And also spoiling all the legendary items on day 1, 2 of the game and where they come from, that wouldn't be great for the community. It'll happen.
When the dust clears, the entrance to the Hall of Heroes finally stands open. Hey, I just want to say that I love you guys, and I'm having a great time.
Having a hard time surviving with Stavo Burr. Any tips? So this is not a game where you can lifesteal face tank things. You're gonna have to look for alternate methods of survivability, whether that be movement speed, outpace the attacks, whether that be healing effects from your skill tree and items. Whether that be things like remembering that Hyperius weapons have front-facing shields while you're ADSing. That could be very big in this game. It was an underrated feature in Borderlands 3 because there were so many other ways of survival, but without lifesteal, you gotta get a little more creative. There's things like making sure you have a strong source of dark magic if you'd like to heal passively like that. There's enchantments that can help you heal a little bit more easily. Berserker, in particular, has some healing effects in Tree. You've got passive healing from Unyielding, and then you've got active healing on Kill from Blood Frenzy. So those can both be helpful. Lifesteal limited, brain on. Absolutely, Matthew. Could not have said it better myself. Good to hear at least mechanics are used. Yeah, absolutely. And another thing, bosses have mechanics in this game. So there's a bunch of bosses that if you try to ignore their mechanics without being extremely overgeared, you're just gonna have a bad time. And even if you are extremely undergeared, or overgeared rather, some of them are still gonna tell you no. And a boss that tells you no, in my book, is good design, as long as it's a surmountable obstacle, you know? Being creative in a video game, getting rewarded for it's the way to go? Absolutely. Okay, story spoilers incoming.
You enter the Hall of Heroes, where all the greatest legends of the Wonderlands are laid to
Hey, Chrissy, how you doing?
Well, not all of them. What's that they say? No rest for the wicked?
You hear a familiar whinny, and for a moment, you feel hope. It's like a dream. But this is not your queen. It's a nightmare.
Off work and home. Let's go, Mr. Adblock.
How could you corrupt something so good and pure? I care about nature!
So this is one of those bosses that you conform or you die. It's got attacks that it's like, hey, you better dodge me. Like that one. Bosses actually do stuff. It's kind of nice. It is. And just you wait until you see the end game specific bosses. There's some hidden bosses in the Chaos Chamber that require little puzzles to unlock, and they are some next level. The complexity level is so much higher than anything in other Gearbox Lands games. Dodge that. Yep, there's attacks you have to crouch under. It's great. I'm out of pistol ammo. Alright, what am I gonna use instead? I've been using like just that pistol and that SMG. Panicking. You'll probably do terrible damage, but I'll use you anyway. That's not that bad.
Messed up.
What? Don't blame me. Blame the Dragon Lord.
Oh, yeah, sure, blame me. It can never be her that twists good things into monsters. It can never be her fault. Only I know better. Let me show you.
For you, is it? Won't be enough.
I like that boss fight. And we had pretty good damage there, so there's a couple of attacks we didn't see. So it's got even more attacks than that. Hey Priz, how you doing? Definitely some immediate quality of life changes that should be made though. Like out-leveling the main story is weird. I didn't know you could do that, honestly. But yeah, pass that feedback along and get more people talking about it, and Gearbox will fix it. Well, thanks. Glad to hear it. Did you happen to catch that this boss fight has mechanics, Priz? It's lovely. Or the boss fight we just finished, I should say. Actual mechanics. Positioning requirements. Learn or die mechanics. Lovely. Okay, more story stuff right now. Alright, you guys enjoy this. I'll be right back.
I wanted to show you what she did to me. What she's doing to you all over again.
Okay, Tina. This is your first time playing, right?
I mean, yeah? Who would I play with? Everyone else I know is dead. What's it called?
Bunkers and Badasses. It's a fantasy game. A place where you can be a hero, where your imagination can change the world.
Ooh, I'm the best at imagining, baby. I got a whole wonderland over here.
That's perfect. But first, we gotta make a character. Tell me about your Fate Maker.
The Fate Maker's tale begins as so many do, with a heart full of fire and dreams full of dragons, magic.
He's the coolest, most powerful hero that everyone wants to be friends with. The Dragon Knight.
Dragon Knight. Yeah, I like it.
Thank you. Hey, this is probably dumb to say, and it's just really cool to play a game with a friend because I haven't really had one.
Well, let's go make some more. Tina, I want to make this an adventure you'll never forget.
It feels like something lost long ago has been found again. It feels like home.
You reach the inner chamber of the Obsidian Heat Cathedral. The Sword of Souls sits before you. This is a big choice. So,
I'm back.
And he blows up every bad guy everywhere.
Are you sure?
Oh yeah, I do it. Boom!
Alright, but that turns your character evil.
What? No, girl, Dragon Knight ain't evil. He's a hero. He's a Fate Maker.
He just blew up thousands of people. Don't you think that?
Excellent point.
This is stupid. I'm not playing this anymore. You know what? I'm gonna be the bunker master, and then I'll make sure only heroes win.
Tina, wait.
The Fate Maker is alone. Abandoned for a crime he never chose. He's never chosen anything. He begins to think for himself. No more dice or fate. No more masters. I dream of dragons and magic. I awaken, my heart filled with fire and purpose. Resurrection. I am reborn. The Dragon Lord.
I did the wrong ever, changed my mind. Enslaved his child.
Believe there's a choice, Fate Maker.
I do things my own way. No one tells me otherwise.
I hoped you could see the truth. I'm not evil.
Laughed as he gouged a man's eye out with a spoon.
Well, come on then. If you
Now, the reason why Jack is interesting as a character is there's things he wasn't wrong about. Like him calling the Crimson Raiders bandits, they're absolutely bandits. But he's a bad guy too. That's the thing that makes him interesting.
Okay, so that's like 3.
He's a bad guy fighting other bad guys. It's just he's a worse guy.
Do this, for you are the Fate Maker.
Jack never did anything wrong. Handsome Jack did the wrong stuff. He enslaved his child before he was handsome Jack. So Jack was bad too. Jack was always bad. That's why he works as a character. He's a bad guy that people still like. And I think that they're tapping into the same kind of well of, oh, I understand this bad guy with the Dragon Lord. I still don't like comparing Jack to other villains, but the Dragon Lord is compelling. In an interesting way. What's this overworld stuff? Overworld basically replaces vehicles in this game. You don't have to worry about the slog of vehicles that are paper thin, that don't do any damage. No, you just got the overworld as this omnipresent thing. It's a way you unlock new areas. And there's some cool permanent character buffs and stuff you can get from completing things in the overworld. There's collectibles. There's cool ways of getting XP. I like the overworld a lot. I think it's one of the best features in this game. Take more dark magic damage from Dark Pact. That's tempting. Or punishment. We do use spells a lot. Let's take punishment for now. The Demi-Lich is good. because she killed her mom, but I see your point. Yeah, accidentally. And she was like, hey, I'd rather not be a slave. He's like, no. So, yeah. The fear of it. Let's do it. Twitch has crashed for me. Unfortunate. Apart from one or two life choices so far, the Dragon Lord strikes me as a really chill dude. I mean, ripping souls out of bodies.
I am because of her. I was her. I know her joy, her fear, her wonder, because I felt it for myself. She threw me away, but I still remember. Of course, she could have just let me rest. Why would she? When she had the perfect villain tailor-made for her new heroes.
Yeah, so the Dragon Lord was Tina's character in this world. And he didn't want to be a villain, but she just started using him as a villain. And he hates it. He hates it. That's interesting. Really like the portraits for this Echo equivalent? Me too. Me too. Do I have enough backpack space right now? Not really. Now, I really should go back to Brighthoof and buy more SDUs. But that'd be what a smart person would do. Still have this level 19 that's stronger than the Stoker. What the value down here? But everyone's killing people in Wonderlands with the difference between who we kill and who he kills. Exactly, he even brings that up. Not sure Jack at any points. Bandits were created by Dahl, abandoning everyone that depended on them. Jack's solution to murder all of them. He's doing it to make cities. He wanted the warrior to murder the whole planet so he could gentrify. Yes, exactly. He's not doing things for the correct reasons. So it's like, yeah, these people are bandits. He's like, okay, so I'm gonna kill them. It's like, no, the answer is not. The answer is these people are bandits because they have no other way of life available to them, and everyone on this planet has to be a bandit to survive. That's just how it works. But that's not Jack's answer to it. He's like, oh, well, I'm going to use that as my justification for killing them for my own purposes, for my own power, for my own advancement. So Jack is still fundamentally an evil guy with evil goals and evil purposes. But fact of the matter is, when he calls Lilith a bandit, he's right. He's an awful guy who's an awful father and an awful person and hurt a lot of people that there's no excuse for. But the Borderlands universe is not a nice place to be. So the morality and the realities of the lives of the characters in this universe, the fact that it's so warped that people can still empathize with a horrible person like Jack means it's an interesting world. Your thoughts on the epic rarity Sandhawk knockoffs? Are people calling them Sandhawk knockoffs? Yes, every single gun that does not shoot traditionally one bullet is a knockoff of some other gun. Yes, that's how that works. Any BL2 weapons in this? The sword explosion is one of the weapons that they advertised as making a return, and it is in here. I'm not going to give too many item spoilers, because some people want to discover items for themselves, but that one's pretty widely known, that the sword explosion is present in this game.
As the crystal shatters, the entire pyramid begins to shake.
Look, I'm no magic rockologist, but I think that means the more crystals we break, the more we screw up the Dragon Lord's plans.
Keep smashing.
This is just a game to you. But when you stand up and stop playing...
I think the reason Crimson Raiders are bandits is because the only time they're on the side of the law is when they're defending New Haven, and Jack destroyed New Haven and murdered Helena. Yeah. The Crimson Raiders as an organization are necessary to, you know, protect a bunch of innocent people. Sure. Absolutely. I'm not saying they're wrong. Lilith as an individual I have a lot of bones to pick with. She has some bandit behavior, as does Brick. Brick is definitely a bandit. But a big, lovable bandit. Exactly. Exactly. Oh, I got thrown into a corner. Not even sure what happened. I was trying to get in cover. Cool. Just barely recovered that. These are level 30 enemies, so I'm a little bit under level. That one's 31. Not so much that I can't do this. Brick got exiled by Roland for revenge murders, yeah. And he stands there and applauds as you kill his subordinates in front of him. Yeah. That's a sigil with singularity. That's cool. Oh, the game doesn't look bad in low graphics. I think it'll look great. I think it'll look great. If you can manage DX12 over DX11, that alone puts the graphics in a position where they're pretty good.
You spy a poetry.
Where? Oh, it's down there. Ah, I jumped too far back. Doing that with auto mantle is so difficult, because I was trying to walk backwards off the edge and then forwards midair. I couldn't. Probably have to turn off auto mantle to get that poetry, but I wants it. I needs it. Hope they have graphics options for Xbox One, PS4. I've heard it runs well on those platforms, Vector. I've heard it runs better than BL3. Alright, that's an angled surface. It made me slide. Did you realize you can jump during Dreadwind? You can jump during Dreadwind? Huh. That's really cool. That's really cool. I didn't know you could do that. Yeah, I'll go back for that poetry later. I don't feel like messing with that more. People try and actually make Pandora a better place for few and usually end up like Helena. Absolutely. Side note, every time you mentioned Helena, which is that, the My Chemical Romance song started playing in my head, so that's where we're at right now. What's the ability you're using? I'm using Dire Sacrifice, which is the Graveborn's action skill. You sacrifice some of your HP and you do a big, fancy slam animation, and you inflict dark magic elements on nearby enemies. Oof. There you go, Matthew. It's okay, we'll make it. I just need to go into that with Dire Sacrifice. We'll probably clear this out up to the boss, the final boss, which we are getting pretty close to. And then I'll go back to Brighthoof to gear up, because I need to. I needs new stuffs. This gear is old. Like, I don't want to go into the final boss with a level 19 green doll AR. Probably not the best move. I think somewhere in Jack's rantings he might have accidentally made a point about Pandora dragging everyone down. Yeah. Tina's stealing ideas from fanfiction. Also, I don't know what downed me there. Gray health bar is undead. It's bone. So, whereas traditional Borderlands games, you have flesh is vulnerable to fire, you have armor is vulnerable to corrosion, and you have shields are vulnerable to shock. In Wonderlands, it's a 4 primary health bar system. Actually, let's go to Brighthoof now. I need that gear. It's a 4 primary health bar system. You have armor is vulnerable to poison. You have flesh is vulnerable to fire. You have wards are vulnerable to thunder, and bone is vulnerable to frost. I don't blame a child of Tina's age for borrowing ideas from fanfiction. True. The video for Helena is the most emo thing ever. Not that I don't still love it. Oh, how could you not? My Chemical Romance was like number 2 or 3 on my 2021 Spotify Wrapped. Poison replacing corrosive. Yeah. It's the same thing. It's just it's named differently to be more thematically, on brand. Hey, welcome back, Boys Race. Brighthoof takes a bit to load sometimes. Big area. Also, my game's been open for 6 hours. An old PC. Notice you have FPS counter. How to enable that? Options. Where is that? Let me find that. Display stats. So you go visuals, you go to second tab, display stats. Okay, Wings SMG. ×10 Boilermaker. Might save quit the vendors here a few times. A double amp shield. Or ward. I'd like a ward with health parts. That'd be ideal. SDUs first. Let's handle that situation. Hey, Brr-Reaver. We know yet whether we'll be able to share save files like with BL3? I don't see why not. Should work the same. I got distracted by Brighthoof being pretty and went and totally took the wrong direction. I'm good at directional stuff, I promise. Holy missions? Yeah, I've not done anything in Brighthoof on this character, and there's a lot. Well, there goes all our money. We don't have money to buy gear now, but we have STUs. We might have enough pistol ammo now to get by. Wow, this thing's level 15, it's still carrying us? Huh. So I think with the Great Bow, with the Drill's Legacy, and with the No Knot, we'll be okay. We'll be okay. Do I want to respec my skills, though? I could dump these. How many skill points do I have? What level am I? 28. I think I can get down to the capstone here. Yeah, let's go respec. I think I want to make a build using cast spells where you just spam G near enemies as a primary source of damage. I don't know what G is. I rebind some things. I don't know what that means. Entire shark just hanging on the line in the market implies the existence of normal sharks in addition to the land-based ones. Yeah. I mean, I think there were normal sharks before Tina was like, they're land sharks now.
Life's not the same without the queen.
Cast spell? Ah.
The elder gods? They're a hot mess if I ever saw one.
Okay, so dire sacrifice. Faithful Thralls, Mortal Vessel, Sanguine Sacraments, Dark Hydra. Do we want cooldown? Spell cooldown? I feel like we don't really need it. But I don't want Dread Covenant, because that just kind of kills your Lich. I don't need Stand of the Soul, really. Maybe I go 1 point. Let's go Essence Drain for now. I want Ascension. Punishment. Lord of Edges, maybe? Though I don't really want my health to be that low. Take it anyway. Blast Gasp. Unyielding. And... Point in Savagery? Point in Savagery. Alright, so 2 levels and we'll be able to start getting this stuff again. I think we still have Blood Frenzy from our class mod? Or our artifact? Yeah, we still have Blood Frenzy from there. Please show the armor? Sure. This is the armor I have equipped. If you want visually the armor? There you go. So each class armor will look a little bit different. This is it's got a cape and stuff. Okay. So there's a nice convenient feature here. If you use the portal, the town portal, it'll send you back to where you were when you last fast traveled to Brighthoof. And that's really nice. See that portal over there? Take us right back to the pyramid. I'm hopeful we find some good guns on the ground, because this is going to take a while if we don't. It's convenient. It helps a lot with farming.
What's that yonder? That is a poetry page, baby.
So I'm really about to go to the final boss with a level 15 gun. Call it preparedness. That's a new assault rifle. I need that. This final boss soon. Very soon. Damage dealt. It'd be nice if I had money. I do not have money. Hey man, just looked at the class and now I really feel like I gotta buy the game. Want to be a clawbringer spell shot pretty bad? Go for it, Matthew. If you happen to want to buy the game, if you do ! Wonderlands, that gets you my affiliate link. I do get compensation. If you go for a chaotic great, which has the season pass and some extra stuff, then if you get it through the affiliate link, you also get the Knights of Butt Stallion cosmetics. You can't get any other way. It's pretty cool. Looking doing spell shot Berserker. That sounds fun. Levels. That sounds fun. Cool thing about Berserker is it applies, after you've used your action skill recently, it applies frost damage to all of the damage you do. So if you use, say, a Berserker action skill, and then you start spamming spells through spell shot, then they'll all get that frost damage, and that can be pretty powerful. Also, Berserker just has good damage bonuses in the tree. That could be fun. Yeah, I think that respec helped a lot. Push for enchantment reroll and you don't have to scroll back to the item every time. Yeah, zippy cards, I agree. That would be nice. That would be very nice. It's a really good enchant. And I think I need that kind of damage right now. Yeah, it's a slow melee attack though. The great swords are slow. Chants are buffs? Yeah. Enchants are, you see here it says enchanted on action skill start, increase gun damage by 16% for 10 seconds. This is an effect you can get on melee weapons, guns, wards, yeah, melee weapons, guns, wards, and spells, So, it's just an extra effect. It'll be conditional in some way. You'll have to either activate an action skill or a spell, or there will be some sort of other trigger condition, but it's a conditional bonus you can roll on gear. Able to reroll them? Yes, you can use the Moon Orb currency, which is this game's equivalent of Iridium, to reroll. However, there is a limit. Each time you reroll with Moon Orbs, the cost of the reroll doubles, and eventually the reroll cost will be above the cap of Moon Orbs that you can hold. So, you can't always reroll to what you want, but you have a few opportunities. You have a cap of 4,000 Moon Orbs, and you do get to a point where the roll costs more than 4,000. Thank you, Cyclops. There we go.
Smash that thing!
He hates that idea.
You don't know what you're messing with. I don't either. Ah! Stop it!
Any enemies equivalent to anointed enemies in this game? No. There are not.
That tank secretly contained the soul of the Dragon Lord's long-lost love. He wanted to resurrect his darling Bernadette. It was his motivation the whole time. Plot twist!
Whoa! Big reveal!
Bernadette, I will avenge! No! No one! I don't even know a Bernadette! See how she's using me like a puppet?
The Dragon Lord is drawing all of the soul energy you've released into the Sword of Souls at the top of the pyramid!
That seems bad.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
You're too late.
Great, yeah, I'm glad we don't have anything like anointed.
Soul energy. It's time to end this. Tina, do you see me? I'm taking your world away. You'll be left with nothing. The way you left me. Do you see? Answer me!
I haven't found myself using launchers a lot in this game. I just noticed. Random thought I had.
So, she has nothing to say to me. It's just you and me down here, Fate Maker. Come on. Finish your hero's journey.
Oh, this is an animation bug. This happens sometimes. There we go. You know, the other games tend to avoid launchers, so I hold lots of ammo for them. Yeah, I haven't bought really any launcher SDUs. That's a pretty big factor. Oh, SDUs in this game, chat? You can get so many more. Like, your backpack size can be huge. I've only bought a few, and I'm at 51 backpack space already. That's where BL3 capped out. They're gonna dip out for the final boss. Catch you later, Quack and chat. Have a good one, Flight. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it so much. You then only really enjoyed using them in Borderlands 2 and T to reload some cost ammo, so like get twice so many shots. Launchers were very powerful in BL3, and there were some of them that had unique mechanics I really liked, so I used a fair amount of launchers there. But yeah, not really as much in other games.
Spells are up. No, that's a good.
This is it. The Dragon Lord awaits your arrival.
What do we got here? A hooligan? That's an expensive hooligan. No shot I'm affording that. Oh, it's a ×4 Dahlia SMG 31,000. Can I sell stuff to afford that? Let's see. Or sell as much as I have to. We might be able to make this happen. 109 already? Yeah, it is. It is here, Castius, and it's great. It's lovely. I already have, thanks to some review build time and some demo build time and some early access, I already have over 100 hours in this game, and it's gonna get so many hours out of me. This game is going to consume so much of my time. And I'm all for it. Give up that one. We got the SMG, let's go. That's gonna be huge. These things do so much damage. It's burst fire, which isn't ideal, but that's fine. I crush on launchers way too hard in other Borderlands, try not to anymore, really.
As you crest the top of the pyramid, you see...
Actually, I'll make my own introductions. Thank you very much. Ha! No more games.
But this is a game within a game, sir. So these spectral tramplers, if they bump into you, they'll just keep pushing you forward and do a lot of damage to you. And they can and will knock you off the arena. Have you defeated the end boss before in early access? Yes. Yes, I have.
dead.
This is what people are calling the budget Sandhawk. Yeah, I'm sure some people are calling it that. It's vaguely similar, but I don't like that terminology. But yes, you can get SMGs that fire, that have 4 projectiles, or 5 projectiles even, across several manufacturers. Furior, Dahlia, and Hyperius can all do that on their SMGs. And in particular on Hyperius and Dahlia SMGs, it's very, very, very powerful.
Never send a ghost to your killer's job.
You know, I mean, even for endgame content, even at like max level, max difficulty stuff, they're still really, really good. If some fact makes you fire faster the more ammo's in the mag. No, these SMGs just do that. They slow down their fire rate the closer, or the longer you've been firing continuously. They slow down. It's neat, it's interesting. Encourages trigger discipline. I kinda like it. You can crouch under that attack. I just haven't been. Alright, phase 2. So the co-op mechanic like BO3, or you can share loot? Yes. Oh, well, that's Bernadette. So we got that there. I could use some ammo.
Have you seen my stats? I'm way OP.
There we go. That's the winner for that. Okay, this fight is fun. It feels like a good final boss. I didn't much care for the Tyrene boss fight in BL3. Like the music was great, but just it didn't feel particularly epic. And this is like, this is just right. I like this. That's Bernadette. There we go.
So that's it? She gets it her way? I was trying to save you, too. Go ahead. Take it. I thought I could finally decide my own fate. But instead, it's up to you.
The Sword of Souls crackles with power in your hands. It contains limitless potential.
What are we gonna do with it? Fight some gods? Ooh, become some gods!
Or we could forge a new empire. Keep the Wonderlands safe forever.
Fools! We both know the villain has to die. Go on. Avenge your queen.
Fate does not divide.
An opportune stutter for my game being open for 7 hours. I love this cutscene.
Queen Butt Stallion lives again!
Hey, newbie! You did it!
Hot damn! It really worked!
I'm gonna be honest, I never even thought of doing that. You're a bunkers and badasses natural.
You know what? I think we all make a pretty good party of heroes. We should do this again sometime.
How about right now? Cause I got stuff you ain't even seen yet.
We're in!
Go for initiative, suckers!
Cool. Message from Gearbox. I don't know if this music for this credits is DMCA though. I'm just gonna mute that for now. That might be DMCA. Is there a way to get out of the credits? So we'll just watch through this. So, what do you guys think? Those of you who happen to stick it out through the whole thing. I personally enjoyed that story immensely. I thought that the voice acting was incredible. The characterization was really good. The creativity and just the energy. It was enjoyable. It felt like some sort of tabletop experience filtered through a very, let's call it, interesting individual, that being Tina, and then made into a game. I felt they captured the vibe they were going for perfectly, and I really do enjoy this game. How many hours to start to finish take you? Casually, a playthrough will take you 20 to 30 hours, something like that. Going not completionist, but like doing a lot of things. If you beeline it, you could do it in a few hours. But there's also, remember, there's the post-game content, the end-game content. That's where the replay value is. I did do this type of story. It's so creative. It's very refreshing after BL3. Yeah. I think it. I think they hit the nail on the head with this. It's been ages. Yeah, it has been. I hope you've been well. You have a good day. Kevin, what are you doing? Chat, what's my cat doing? He's just kind of staring at me. I can't look away because I'll lose. What do you want? He's not meowing, so I think he's just looking. Yes, oh, there's a little meow. There's a little one. What do you want? He's deciding if today is the day he's gonna murder you. A lot better now that Wonderlands is out. Keen for the builds and you can throw together. Hey. He's in awe at how good the game is. Amen. It's a great game. Fantastic game. There we go. That's the credits. No skip, but you can scroll through them pretty fast. Okay, so some new enchantments start opening up once you get to higher levels. Stuff like gain melee damage against enemies above an HP threshold. Also, Butt Stallion walks around vomiting loot for a few minutes here. So that's fun. I was having a connection issue. Maybe Shift servers are having an issue. I do not know. Gain 4% melee damage for a short duration after each consecutive melee attack. That could be really nice for melee builds that people are going for. Ooh, Chain Lightning Bloodshot. Let's go. For some reason, putting the shift code for a skeleton key made my brother and I disconnect from online. Huh. I've not used mine yet. Maybe I'll hold off on mine for a little bit.
thought I'd lost my connection
Thank
to
you,
her
McG.
when I stopped being her fate maker, but I'm still part of her story. Maybe
Gotta
she'll
dodge
get
that
me here for a
DMCA.
reason. To meet the heroes. To meet you.
All it took to figure it out was getting your ass kicked.
Imagine having your head cut off and then reattached is disorienting.
get it.
So the
I
first thing you
heard
do is
that,
vomit. Makes
but
sense.
honestly, I'm a little lost right now. I've never survived past the final battle. What do people do when they're not trying to cloak the world in darkness? Blood Stallion, Your Majesty, I'm sorry I cut your head off and almost caused the end of the world. We cool?
We cool.
Handshake? Or, hoof shake? 200 years in the castle! That's completely fine! Whatever you think is wise, my queen.
Her fine, His Hail Majesty says there's to be a great celebration in Brightbuff when you return, newbie. But first, your boss loot.
Yo, it's a loot room. Dragon Lord for DLC character. We are getting a DLC class. So, who knows what that'll be. They've already confirmed one DLC class. Ashes Galactic Dark Magic damage. That'd be good for Reaper of Bones.
Look at this place. You've been busy, Tina. This cave is almost
Let's do a loot luck and how's it increase?
cozy.
Loot luck increases your chance of getting higher rarity items. Increase it with a stat on your gear. You could increase it by finding the pieces of the loot shrine in the overworld. You can increase it by finding loot dice everywhere.
Right.
There's like 200 something of them in the game.
I came by to say I'm sorry. I hope I didn't ruin bunkers and badasses for you.
Oh, that? I already forgot about that. Yeah. Why? Do you want to play?
You know, I can't right now. Being the leader of an army is more work than I thought. But once things are better, yeah, come on, we'll play. I promise.
Sag feels.
We're gonna do my campaign. I've been working on something.
I can't wait to see that. You know what? You're gonna make a great bunker master. I know it.
Pain. Sadness. Loving the Brr-Reaver so far. The AoE clear is insane with cryo 2 guns. Yeah. Cryo Farriers are great. And the classes go very well together. So, I'll show you guys how to unlock Chaos Chamber. And the process for... you can change your second class after you beat the story. So, the game will walk me through these tutorials now. And you guys can see. What up, Mike?
Do you see all this, Fatemaker? They're cheering for you. You brought back our queen.
Hey, Go Draco.
Along with her.
Ever heard of Moxie level 25 intense campaign run? Have I heard of Moxie? Yes, Moxie's a friend.
Now, there's one more thing we need to take care of.
And in terms of, I don't know what you mean by level 25, but intense campaign? Yeah, I just finished the campaign on intense.
As you have brought together what was once divided,
Beat it on intense 25. Okay. It's best run. Okay. That's cool. I personally didn't rush the story that much. I decided to do side stuff because I enjoyed it. Some small streamer beat him last night. Well, the funny thing about ability at a video game, size of audience does not mean you are inherently more equipped to do something than someone else. And smaller streamers have names as well. You can go and remember those. Thank you.
Hero of Brightwood, squire, crew, and seeker of passage. Now, by the power of the adamant throne, arise, knight of the realm.
We'll talk about enjoying the game. Level 39, 7 kill the Dragon Lord. There you go.
Head over to the blacksmith. She'll help you tune your gear just the way you like.
Hey, we got our second ring slot. We got a legendary armor. Did we get a legendary armor? What do we got? The legendary something. Ah, there it is. There it is. Selective Amnesia. After taking non-status effect damage, apply a fire status effect to the Fate Maker. Increase movement speed, leave a fire trail for 3 seconds. While this effect is active, damage dealt is increased by movement speed. So it's Driver. It is Driver.
It's hot as a troll's navel in here.
That's cool, Gogo Draco. See, the thing about the Borderlands and Wonderlands community that isn't necessarily as true in other communities I've seen is we're a lot more tight-knit. Like, most of us know each other. And we all like to support each other. So, while the usual etiquette rules of, you know, self-promo and stuff apply, but we lift each other up and stuff. So, if someone did something faster than someone else, so even that person's gonna be stoked about it. That's just how we work around here.
Hey, thought you might need some magical assistance in the gear department. That there is an enchantment that you roller. It lets you magically change the nature of your enchanted gear. You could get something with completely different powers. You'll need some moon orbs as well. They power the magic, you see.
Didn't seem too happy. It's all in good fun. All in good fun. We got some moon orbs, and this is the enchantment reroller. So, your first roll costs 2. You can even add a roll onto something that isn't enchanted. Enchantment's strength scales off of the level of the item. Now, each time you roll, the cost of the reroll doubles. And this does go up to a point where your reroll cost will be just over 4,000. Your moon orbs cap at 4,000. So you can only reroll a certain number of times before you need to go refarm a copy of that item. If you'd like to continue going for a particular enchantment. Someone beats someone's record, it normally just makes them want to beat them back, healthy competition. Yeah, and with any kind of time trials or speedrun activity, what this results in is collectively everyone gets faster. Because if you have the times bouncing back and forth, or even if you have one person who's very motivated to improve their own time and they keep beating their own time, anyone who's interested in doing that activity or overcoming that challenge, they're all going to get better. It just makes everyone faster. And that's a good thing. Took him 12 hours to beat it. Termination won the day. That's how it works.
There you are.
Yeah, Kevin.
Oh, wow.
Termination is great, isn't it?
I think you're taller than the last time you came in.
Cat.
Mikey said I should ask you about my
Cat.
fish.
Oh, of course. Right this way.
Cat. I think he wants water.
Now you can change
Did you drink all the water I put in there this morning, Cat? No, the catting in, not the just chat. Come on. Went to the bathroom, turned into an hour-long puzzle building session when I missed. We beat the final boss.
Oh, sure. Don't you worry. We're all just part of a game, right? Saw you talking to those terrifying sky giants and figured it out. I'm actually relieved. Means I'm not to blame for my sins. I'm a dream thing. The blood on my hands is no more real than the shadows on the wall.
Izzy, there's blood on your hands? Izzy? Monka?
For Christ's sake, where'd I put my novelty elf ear bottle opener?
So, now that we're post-story, if we respec, we can also respec our second class. So it allows you to pick whichever second class you want. The first one's locked in, the second one you can re-choose.
Have a busy day.
Right. You two.
Player just completely unsettled by Izzy.
The chamber? My queen, are you sure? Of course, Your Majesty. Fatemaker, the queen has invited you to enter her royal castle. There is something within its lower chambers that she wants you to see.
Her Royal Majesty Queen Butt Stallion, Regent of Brighthoof, sitter upon of the adamant throne, and all-around hottest babe of the Wonderlands, has granted you entrance to her castle.
I'll go back and do Mike's side quest. I haven't done that one yet, actually. One DLC has already hinted at the dialogue. Yeah, they've hinted at several things. It's pretty cool. They got plans for the future, which you love to see. So, this is the Chaos Chamber. This is how you unlock it. You complete the story, you go through the epilogue.
Look who it is. Welcome to my prison, Fatemaker. Here, I've got something I think you'll want to see.
So this room has some useful stuff you want. It's got one of each type of vendor. It's got an enchantment reroller. It's got a lost loot machine. It's got a bank. And it's got a customization station. So everything you need's in here. You spend a lot of time as an endgame character just loading into the Chaos Chamber. And the reason why you might not have seen some Chaos Chamber stuff is because it's kind of a spoiler that the Dragon Lord runs the chamber for you. So the final boss of the game is the one you talk to for your endgame activities. That's how you do it. Now, I'm not going to get into that right now. We're going to end stream here. But tomorrow's stream, we'll be doing some endgame activities. Now, I already have a max Chaos 20 Spore Warden Berserker. It's pretty well geared. That I've been playing with for a while. But we do have this character as well. So we go through the process of leveling this character up to 40, climbing the Chaos levels, etc., etc. Do another playthrough. I'm not quite sure what we're going to be doing, but we will be in the Wonderlands. So, big stream today. Wonderlands launch. We're on Twitch front page, so thank you to anyone who stuck around. Pleasure to meet all you new people. Thank you to 2K and Gearbox for providing me with not only all the cool swag, but the game itself, the opportunity to be on the front page of Twitch, the opportunity to make content early for the game, and all this other cool stuff. I'm just very, very grateful for a lot of stuff right now. And you guys, my community, you're amazing. You've supported me every step of the way, and I appreciate all of you. Let's find somewhere for us to raid. But first, what's my main? I play less Spore Warden. Okay, go ahead and copy that for raid message. We're just gonna do Shroomy raid because I want to work on a Spore Warden build that I happen to have ideas for. Ideas, Shroomy stuff. Oh, there's connection lost for Shift. Let's see who's live. We can bring the love somewhere else. Let's see, we got Vanderforge is on, D2H, we got Moxie, Lazy's on, Triple G is on, Tweety's on, Deceptics, Asher. Man, so many people are streaming. Let's bring the love to... Let's raid only Asher. He just came back to streaming. He took a break for a while. So yeah, seriously, thank you guys so much for hanging out. You guys are amazing. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. And Wonderlands is great. If you guys are interested in playing the game, you can always do !Wonderlands in my chat or in my Discord to get my affiliate link. Follow me on Twitter, join the Discord, and have a wonderful rest of your day. Bye-bye.